I'd like to welcome everybody to this afternoon's Board of Education meeting on February 16th, 2022. I'd like to go ahead and call the meeting to order and take a roll call and establish a quorum.
Board President Sarah Hines.
Yes.
Board Clerk Tess Arthur.
Yes.
Board Member Anne-Marie Rosen.
Yes.
Board Member Carl Palestrini. Yes. Board Member C. Barry Nachbar.
Yes.
I'd like to notify the audience here in public this evening that this meeting is going to be audio taped, and also for those of you who are streaming online. Can I please get a motion to adopt tonight's agenda?
Make a motion to adopt tonight's agenda.
I second.
Board President Sarah Hines.
Yes.
Board Clerk Tess Arthur.
Yes.
Board Member Anne-Marie Rosen.
Yes.
Board Member Carl Palestrini.
Yes.
Board Member C. Barry Nachbar.
Yes.
Anne-Marie, would you mind leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Certainly. Yay!
First time.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Good job, Anne.
Yay! I can play that.
Thank you. Moving on to agenda item E. This is where we'll have student representative, ACT, CSCA comments, and Board of Education and Superintendent comments. These are routine status updates regarding campus activities, meeting schedules, conferences, and meetings attended, and any recent developments. So we'll start this evening with our student rep, Hannah Philly. Is she? Okay. Okay, if she joins us later, we will circle back to Hannah. Next, I'd like to welcome the association representatives. We'll start with the Association of Carmel Teachers, ACT, followed by the California School Employees Association, CSCA. Hi, Bill.
Hello, everybody. Bill Schreier, President of the Association of Carmel Teachers. Just want to talk about academic teams at Carmel High School. I know that a lot of people read about the mock trial team, but we have a lot more going on up there in terms of academic teams. 18 years ago, Mark Stafford and I were approached by a student to start a mock trial program, and there were no teams at that time. We pitched it to Carl, and we got some resistance, not from Carl, but for some faculty members who thought it would take students away from doing their homework. But with Carl's support, it became reality. Now we have, in addition to mock trial, robotics, Model UN, Science Olympiad, Ethics Bowl. By the way, Mark Stafford just told me they were invited to a tournament in Indiana. So I'm sure I might have forgotten them, but we have 6 or 7 academic teams and a lot of students getting that team experience that are not doing sports. So thank you for support of that. And to acknowledge Carl's contribution, I got a mock trial jacket for him. So thank you.
Thank you, Bill. Do we have Lisa Brazil or a representative for CSCA this evening? Okay. All right, moving along, we will start with Board of Education updates. I understand that we have a lot of people here for public comment this evening, so I, for one, will defer my status update this meeting and give it to my fellow board members. So we'll start with Carl.
Wow. First of all, I've got to thank Bill. You know, that was a while back. We didn't really have anything for kids to do other than athletics, and there's a whole lot of kids that obviously have shown that the world's bigger than just the playfields and sports and all of that. So, yeah, we got it going, and we got the robotics going, but this guy here is a legend amongst mock trial coaches everywhere. So I want to thank Bill, you know, and start with that. I don't have a whole lot. I do have, you know, I got a chance to watch high school boys and freshman boys. Sarah's got a couple of freshman boys, and she's been after me to chase them down because they're really good. So that also...
I should mention that you weren't just chasing them, you were actually watching them play basketball.
Oh. That would be correct. Okay, I appreciate that, Sarah. Some of you guys know that I do have a grandson too at River School. One of them is Nicky, 2nd grade, and according to his parents, he got pajama day wrong and was the only guy or girl at River School that was wearing pajamas. So, anyway, that's going to be it for me.
Great.
Thank
Thank
you.
you. Thank you, Carl. Seabury?
I don't know if I can top that, Carl.
It's a tough one.
I can say, though, that I participated in one of the mock trial scrimmages 2 weekends ago, and it was incredible to see these high school students do what they do. The amount of information that they had to memorize and how articulate they were and confident it was an incredible opportunity. So thanks, Bill, for letting me sit in on that. That was wonderful. And then I know we did have a presentation last board meeting about the wellness centers. I just wanted to, just as a bit of information, I was listening this morning to the news, and I guess there's a new report out now that is talking about that there's real concern with the health and well-being of our students, especially after this year of the pandemic. And so I want to just give another shout out to all of those that are involved in the wellness centers at the middle school and the high school, and to the district for taking the initiative to create those centers and be proactive and respond to the needs immediately for what we're seeing our students go through. And as I mentioned before, I have three children, and I've definitely noticed it in them. The level of anxiety is definitely on the rise. So I'm just very grateful that the district was being proactive about creating these wellness centers to help respond to this immediate need.
Thanks, Seabury. Anne Marie?
I wanted to mention something that I forgot last time. Oh, I'm right here. The singer-songwriters I went to in December, and it was amazing. If they have another performance in spring, I highly recommend you to go. It's amazing to go and see that. Last night I went to the Jazz Cafe, and I was listening to the basketball buzzer. So when the music wasn't going, it was the basketball buzzer. So I was there in spirit. Brian Hanley, what can I say? Amazing. It was so much fun to watch the kids just having a really good time doing something completely different than academics. So that was lots of fun. I just want to let everybody know that if they want to come find me, I'm Tuesday and Thursday mornings. I am up at Tular walking the track, collecting popsicle sticks. So if anybody wants to walk with me and collect popsicle sticks, I'm also at Kashawa Center on Monday nights. They collect popsicle sticks for going around. So if you are related to a student at Tular, you can collect popsicle sticks, and they get twinkle toes. So, it's pretty cool. Then the kids are so happy to get these little things that they can put into a necklace. It's pretty special. So anyway, if anybody's there, please come say hi to me. Thanks.
Thanks, Anne Marie. Tess?
Yes, hi. I just wanted to thank Yvonne for a fabulous budget presentation at our last special meeting on February 8th. It was extremely comprehensive, and our budget is extremely complicated. There are many nuances to it, and thank you for trying to help us really understand all the buckets that we're working with. If any of you are interested, it's an incredible presentation that is on YouTube, so you can listen to that. Also, just wanted to follow up the MCSBA, the Award in Excellence in Education for 2021 went to the Monterey County Food Bank. Throughout the pandemic, they have continued to feed over 15,000 people each week, and we benefit from them as they deliver every week to Captain Cooper to feed our families down at Cooper. So congratulations to the Monterey County Food Bank. A couple tidbits. I'm meeting with Mana Potter, who is our new representative from the Monterey Peninsula Regional Park District for the Kashawa community. And we will be meeting next Friday to really take a look at that park and hopefully realize some things we've been talking about with the Park District for over 22 years. And then finally, I went to senior night and the final girls basketball game at the high school. And I just want to thank Mr. Dooner. You're a real class act. So thank you for how you presented your students and the people that you thanked. And I just was really impressed with your professionalism, and just you're a classy guy. So thank you.
Great, thanks. So quickly, I would just like to also give our thanks on behalf of the board to all of the coaches for the winter sports. We're wrapping up, as Tess just mentioned, girls and boys basketball, girls and boys soccer. So congratulations to all of those teams, and a job well done. And thank you to all the coaches who spent so much of their precious time with our students. A big shout out to Bill Schreier and his mock trial team. I know they've had a lot of success this mock trial season, so just wanted to echo a job well done there. And I would also like to thank Yvonne also for that presentation during our special board meeting. It was so very thorough, and I appreciate the patience that you took with the board to answer all of our questions and to make sure that we really understand the budget going forward and all of the numbers associated with it. So thank you very much. And with that, I will go ahead and pass it off to Dr. Knight for the superintendent's update.
Thank you, Sarah. I'll start off with a few of the mini celebrations that we've had since our last board meeting. The Carmel Art Association showcase showcased several of our student artists with a month-long exhibition. 3 CHS students, Anna Height, Emmy McCarthy, and Campbell Hogan, won awards in the For the Love art program. So congratulations to all of our students recognized in this year's program. Additionally, we had 14 Carmel High artists who were successful in the Scholastic Art Central Coast competition. It's the nation's longest running, very prestigious recognition program for creative teenagers. Our 14 artists who won competed against 4,069 students from approximately 700 schools. So congratulations to all those winners, and then best of luck to our Gold Key students who will now move forward to the national competition. I'll also say congratulations to Bill and the Carmel High mock trial team. They won an unprecedented 8th straight championship in Monterey County this past Saturday. So we're proud of the team, proud of Bill, and all the work that they're doing. We celebrated last week National School Counselors Week, focusing on what our school counselors do within our school systems. I believe that this year's theme was Better Together, and that's true here in Carmel Unified. And finally, I've done a couple school visits over the past week or so. I was able to spend some time at Carmel Middle last week and was really impressed with the student climate that they have there. You don't often see middle schools being the most inviting times of our life. Most of it, that might have been the worst 2 or 3 years of our childhood, but what they're doing with students and the culture that they've built is very impressive. And then today I had a visit at the high school and was very impressed with what I saw in the classrooms there. As a former secondary teacher, Carl is probably with me on this, we like to talk and we like to lecture to kids, and what was most impressive is I heard a lot of student voices and not a lot of teacher voices, which I think is important. Our students were doing the work. They weren't sitting there listening to their teachers tell them about the work, so that was great. And then I want to take a few minutes, if you'll indulge me, and just expand on an email that I sent to the community last week on inclusion and one that I sent this week on the pandemic. So there's no doubt a difficult time for all as we move towards the endemic stage of this current pandemic. I'm hopeful that we can all find the grace to move forward with a renewed sense of collaboration for the sake of our students and our sense of community. Wouldn't we all agree that if even one student doesn't feel a sense of belonging, that we need to do better? Because what if that one student was your child? With that being said, I do believe that this is an excellent school district. I do not believe that we have racist, homophobic, or anti-Semitic teachers or staff in our district. I do believe that we have caring and supportive individuals who have been blessed to live in this wonderful community, but are now in a place where we may need further training to help support the needs of a more diverse student body and community. Wouldn't we also agree that the most important thing we can do during this pandemic is to ensure that we keep schools open for full in-person learning? We have health department and state level guidance that we are not only required to follow, but that experts have estimated give us the best chance of not having to close schools again. I'm so proud of our team for their COVID response and how we've been able to keep schools open by following that guidance and not going any stricter or any looser than what is recommended or required. But I want to get to the larger point of my report tonight. I do not want our community or our schools to get caught in the current national political narrative. Much of what we're experiencing here in Carmel, we've seen in other parts of the country. I came from 8 years of that in Colorado, and it's part of the politicization that's happening in public education. So whether it's COVID or equity, a term itself that has been politicized, education has become the battlefield, and I would implore us not to fall prey to the politics and divisiveness of this culture war. As an educator and the person chiefly responsible for our school system, I will always make decisions in the best interest of our students, and that's something I will not apologize for. Doing what is best for students often means taking a stance on something that has nothing to do with politics, but becomes politicized. I want to be clear, I will not bow to the fringe of either political party, nor will I cave to the loudest voices. I will, however, listen intently to our students, every student and their experiences, and make sure that we are creating a culture that is needed for each and every student to thrive. I will also do everything I can to help our community through struggle and to come back together. I believe that is why I was hired. I believe that's what our school board wants and what our community expects. And I'm dedicated and determined to achieve this goal for our students, every one of them. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Knight, and thank you for those kind words about our teachers and our staff of Carmel Unified. That is powerful. I'd like to go ahead and remind the public that if you're here to provide a public comment, I'll need you to go ahead and pick a number from the number dispenser over to my left. So we're going to move along to agenda item F. This is public comment on non-agendized, open session, and closed session items. So members of the public, you may address the board regarding items on the closed session and open session agenda or topics within the board's jurisdiction that are not on the agenda at this time. And just to provide some housekeeping and some guidance this evening for public comment, the board is committed to providing a respectful and productive environment while we listen to your public comments that are expressed. The Board of Education would like to foster an environment of civility where our staff, the community, and the board feel safe to express themselves and are free from any harassments or threats. The Board of Education welcomes all of your comments this evening, and we hope that you express yourself accordingly. So with that, we will go ahead and start public comment with number A99. And if you could just please turn the mic on when you speak, that'd be helpful. Thank you.
Is that it? There we go. Hey guys, nice to see you again. I'm Justin. I got 2 kids at Tularcitos, and it's really cool being here today and hearing a lot of positive things. 2 months ago, it was all the negative stuff. Not that there's not negatives to be had, but I appreciate you guys, the hard work that you do, and you catch hell from a lot of people on both sides, and it's not a thankful job, but I appreciate you. And to continue on with the celebration of what you guys are talking about, I was wondering, after listening to Gavin Newsom speak on Monday, saying that it's not a matter of if, but when things will return to normal for us and our students. And on the note of our children's mental health, are we planning a celebration of any kind for when this is all over? Because I think that would be really cool. When I was in high school, the Twin Towers were destroyed, and we went into 20 years of war. And I never got a celebration to tell me that this thing was over. My kindergartner needs that. So I think we should take a day to recognize what we've lost. For some people, that's a family member. For some people, it's a sense of their self-worth. Having to wear a mask or take a vaccine that they didn't agree to. And for a lot of people, it's somewhere in between those two things. I think we should take a day to recognize and celebrate the things we didn't get to celebrate, like the birth of a sibling, or marriage, or a birthday. And I think we should take a day when this is all over to take the masks or the yellow shirts or the Q-tips or whatever it is that these kids hate, throw it in a box, put a chain around it, and bury it. So can we do something like that? Because I think that would be wonderful. And I think our kids need it, and they need to know that when this is over, it's over. I don't want my kids in 20 years of uncertainty. So thank you guys very much. Appreciate you.
Thank you. Number 00, please.
Hi. My name's Maggie Watkins, and I have 4 children. My eldest started River School in 2015, and my youngest will finish River in 2028. One topic I'd like to address is the sadness we feel over River School needing to cancel their family events. I'll share some of our family's experiences. We had to miss the carnival 1 year because we had a family vacation planned. When I told my son that we wouldn't be able to attend, he burst into tears, asking if we could come back just for that day. He had such a positive experience and happy memories at the carnival. I will cherish those times I got to take him. His 2 brothers will not be able to get those memories. My daughter was lucky enough to attend the dance 5 times. It brings me to tears every time I go through the progression of photos. Her smile was just as big in kindergarten as it was in 4th grade. That day made her feel so special. That to me is one of the saddest parts about losing this tradition. Young girls need to be reminded that they are special. They are enough just as they are, whether they choose to bring a parent, a family member, or someone that they look up to in life. Keeping all of those bonds strong is so important in the current world we are raising them in. I know that these events were put on by people with huge hearts, with only the best of intentions. The PTA does so much good for our children, and they are volunteers. I'd also like to say that Jay Martin is an amazing principal and a kind human. My family considers ourselves blessed to have him in our lives. We had COVID last month. The only thing scary about the entire experience was my children's initial response to COVID being in our home. They had been trained to be terrified, but they were fine. We were all fine. I've always tried to instill a strong understanding to my children that they should respect their elders and authority, but they are currently being disrespected. Other districts in California have fought to unmask their students and won. I wish that you would elaborate on why you are not willing to fight for our children instead of continually putting the blame on someone else. I will continue to tell my children to treat you with respect, even if I disagree with you. Please respect them and what they need. Masks optional. Mask if you would like. That is your right. It should be a choice. Thank you.
Thank you. Number 1, please.
Can you hear me? Good. Good afternoon, board members. Tracy Henderson here. I'm a mom of a sophomore in high school, and I wanted to talk a little bit about culture and do what you call a report out or a share. We had an amazing protest yesterday. It was about 30 people showed up. We went in front of the high school. Some of the fun was when the trucks drove by, we got the kids to go, ooh, ooh, and you know what's going on in Canada, and they're about to do a convoy across the state. The kids loved it, and the trucks would go, the woo, woo. So it was pretty fun. The group was so encouraged and fired up. We thought, well, we're going to catch the opening of the elementary school. So we went over there, and we stood in the little corner there, and most of the group was saying things like, it's okay, you can take your mask off because Newsom did it at the Super Bowl. And apparently that was perceived by the principal as inappropriate comments to other people's children. And I'm sure he wouldn't like, let's go Brandon. So we're going to refrain from doing that. But I wanted to tell you that after that experience, I got several text messages from parents. And one of them said, I've pulled my kids out to homeschool them because I'm not masking them. One of them lost their senior year, and the other one really just wants to go back to school. And she said she cried because she finally saw people standing up and saying, we want this to end. So I hope that she and all of her friends feel the courage now to come and join us and say, no more masks, please, no thank you. Another thing that was really, really amazing was when we were doing hey, Governor Newsom didn't wear it during the Super Bowl, you don't have to. A little girl and a grandmother stopped, and they looked at us, and they said, really? You don't have to? You're kidding me. And they took their masks off, and they walked into school, and the whole group of people started to cry. It was amazing. But there was one cultural incident that I feel you should know, because you're not getting told the truth, right? It's happening all over the state of California. I work with board members across the state of California. They're getting misled by their principals who are fearful and think that they have to mandate this mask. Like, you missed it, Mr. Knight, but there is no mandate. They didn't go through the administrative procedures rulemaking process, so it's a recommendation. But we were all, 3 of the littles were the ones that didn't go to school without masks, and the parents were talking to Peterson saying, why can't we do this? Please, you're the leader of the school. He's like, I have to follow the rules. And, we know where that's coming from. And I turned around and I saw littles running outside with a mask on. And I ended up on the curb crying because I have 2 clients whose kids have cracked their head open. And I turned to Peterson and he said, it's their choice. And I said, they're 5, 6, 7, and 8, and 9-year-olds. They don't make choices. They do what you say. He says it's their choice. So that's a cultural problem that we've created. It's not just in the elementary school, it's happening at the high school. So I'd really strongly encourage you to look at the change, because we're going to have to deal with those issues. There's triple masking teachers. There's plexiglass covering teachers with the Roseville Union High School District. One last thing I'm going to go over for just a second. In your email is the Roseville Union Joint High School District's resolution they've passed, mass choice. Take a look at it. If you have any questions, I can put you in touch with Scott Huber, the president. He's a public agency attorney. He and I have talked about the law. So thank you for listening. I apologize for going over.
Thank you. Number 2.
Hello. My name is Jill Martin, and I am a Jewish woman and a parent of twin daughters who are now freshmen at Carmel High School. I was compelled to come here to speak after listening to a recording of public comments made at the last CUSD board meeting. My daughters and I have never been discriminated against or felt left out at Carmel River School because of our faith. I am here to share our experience. Over the years during Hanukkah, while my girls were students at Carmel River School, I would bring in dreidels for all the students, and we would play the dreidel game. All the teachers embraced us and our holidays, and we never experienced any negativity or racism, nor were we ever offended or felt left out by any other holiday celebrations. My daughter's friends always wanted to have sleepovers at our house on Saturday night because it meant they would get to come with Ava and Sarah to Sunday school the next day. It was always a fun experience, and they enjoyed it so much. One of their friends even wanted to find out how she could get to do that every Sunday. I served on the PTA board as vice president for 2 years, spending time working with Jay Martin and the faculty and being present for various celebratory events. I never once felt hate or discrimination towards Jewish people or any other minority. A few of Ava and Sarah's River School teachers even attended their virtual Benot Mitzvah ceremony 2 years after they were promoted out of River School. Some of their middle school teachers also were present for the event. As someone confident in my own faith and beliefs, I enjoy the different holidays and customs, and I don't feel the need to reject anything different than what I celebrate. I also don't feel like I am discriminated against when there's a public celebration of something other than a Jewish holiday. Jews are taught to embrace and celebrate all faiths and customs. We loved our River School experience and have wonderful memories of our time there. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Number 3, please.
Good afternoon, fellow parents, school members, and superintendent. I have gone back and forth as to what I wanted to speak up on at this board meeting, as we have so many pertinent issues to speak about, such as our children still in masks at school, even though it did not help mitigate the spread of COVID, as I am still receiving emails about another COVID exposure. However, I am not here to talk about that. I am here to talk about the ongoing bashing that is happening to our wonderful teachers, staff, and PTA boards members at Carmel River School. What most people do not realize is that the PTA board is not able to really speak up. So to say that they have to take the heat when it comes to any little thing, they really do. The PTA board is made up purely of parents who volunteer their time outside of their busy schedules, work, and family life to try to provide joy to the school community. After the last 2 unprecedented years of school, all this current board really wanted to do was bring activities and joy to the school community. They brought more on this year to bring the community back to what it was pre-COVID. Why, do you ask? As only a select few know, during the pandemic, the constant bashing on the school board, and even sometimes the PTA was mainly brought on through the community listserv. If you were not on said listserv, you were none the wiser. The PTA has been bashed for every single event or community building activity because parents were concerned about safety due to COVID and how it was going to be run. And how do I know, and how am I privy to all of this information? Well, considering that I asked for the public records and won't be receiving these until well after this meeting, I am touching on my own experience being on the board for 6 years in various different positions. No one is ever happy, and teacher praises are far and few between. There is always something to complain about, and when we try to say, okay, well, if you'd like to head up a committee, we were always met with, oh, I can't do that, I don't have the time, or I couldn't possibly add that to my plate. Either way, we were doing too much or too little. I can only imagine the emails that this current board and Mr. Murden are receiving this school year. If they are anything like the emails I receive for standing up or commenting or even just trying for a select few to see the other side of things, I was personally met with ridicule, name-calling, and attacks on my intelligence and character. As if this year hasn't been tough enough for all of us, especially the teachers and staff, and the PTA board dealing with the constant negativity and attacks must be overwhelming, to say the least. I understand that there are always 2 sides to every issue, but we need to realize that these volunteers are human, and the negativity and constant bashing is uncalled for. Regardless of what side you are on, no one should have to put up with that on a day-to-day basis. The teachers and boards have nothing but the best interest for our students. So if anyone should be upset about the PTA board having to cancel any further events, it is the select few that have pushed them to this outcome. Thank you.
Thank you. Number 4, please.
Hi, I'm Fran. I'm here to talk about the Carmel stadium lights. It's nice to hear a central theme of collaboration and openness and willingness to bring together. So first of all, I'd like to thank Sarah, who I extended an invitation to everyone on the board to come walk the school grounds with me to bring us closer to where the community issues were. And Sarah stepped out and she met me on the grounds and she walked. So that open invitation is still left open for the other board members. I know you can't all come because of something called the Brown Act. I'm learning a lot. But individually, I would like to figure out how to close the gap between something that we're perceiving in the community right now of the community versus the students. And so what I'm asking for is one more level of narrative of how do we bridge that gap. I look at the newspapers and the perception is that the people who don't want the stadium lights somehow don't have the heart of the students at the best. And for us, you know, the fact that the DIR has been turned down does validate that we were bringing really significant safety environmental issues. And so we've asked several times, especially during the listening session, is there a way we can close the gap with the students? And so some of the ideas that we've been brainstorming, could you leverage the superintendent's student advisory council for working session with the community leaders? Could you assign the student environment group an exercise to examine the implications of the light pollution? Could you ask the students to also walk the campus similar to what Sarah Hines did? Could you ask the students to evaluate alternative bell schedules as an option for addressing the late start? I didn't know until the news I read in the paper that the late start is actually misleading of why the stadium lights are needed. Actually, the rule of rural districts does allow you to not have to abide to the late start. So surprising to the community. We had not heard that. So what are the ways, I guess, for us to close the gap and bring the journey together? Because it feels like we're really building a wall of students versus community, and the community that has serious concerns about safety and environmental issues on the stadium lights are being perceived as NIMBYs, when for us, we think we did the students a favor because there were serious safety and environmental concerns. So how do we break down the wall? How do we work collaboratively? How do we bring people along on the journey? And for me, really, it is about the students. I don't know if a lot of people know that I've dedicated my career to really school and education, and my entire background has been about moms and kids. So the perception that I may not have the best interests of students at heart really does hurt. And for me, I've always been a champion of that. So I'm asking you guys to meet us halfway and stop some of the negativity perception that we're not for the students. So thank you.
Thank you. Number 5, please. Number 5. Going once? Twice? Okay. If number 5 wants to speak later, just raise your hand. We'll go with number 6.
Took a number. I thought I was going to get a pound of bologna with that. Yeah, but no, my name is Drew Lander. Excuse me. My name is Drew Lander. I am a father of 6. I have 3 at River School and 2 at the high school and 1 at the middle school. So I certainly have had, at this point, we've had about a little over 10 years of experience with the school system here. And I can say that, overall, we've been very impressed with the progress and the education that our children have gotten. I did come here today to express my support, of course, for the work that is being done through the PTA and also our principal and the teachers of the River School. I do think they have been, of course, all teachers at this point have been dealt a very difficult hand. You yourselves, members of the board, for certain, you do this. You're not doing it for the pay, so. I know that you're interested in doing the best for our children, and really we have lots of issues and lots of things going on, and I appreciate Dr. Knight your talking to the students and wanting to include the students. And the one thing that has been rolling through my mind that I wanted to express is that in our interest of providing and doing what the students want, I don't want us to forget that we are the adults. We are the parents. That we listen to our children. I listen to my children, but my children do not make the decisions for me. They do not decide what and when and how things are going to get done. They give us input, and I give them input, but ultimately, whether the decision is made in their favor or not in their favor, it's my job as a parent to listen and to communicate to them how they can utilize what they've received and be a good citizen. And I really direct, to the parents that we as parents need to do more for this school district. That our principals have much more interesting things to do about figuring out how to make our schools run and how to make masks ultimately go away. They don't need lawsuits. They don't need the nitpicking. They don't need the teachers. I have to say, I don't agree with a lot of things that teachers teach. I don't agree with a lot of things that you guys come up with. but I appreciate the work that you do, and I listen to what you do, and that is what that somehow needs to get communicated to our children. I just see that the children, we're getting to a place where, the patients are going to run the asylum, and I don't want that. I want the students to listen to adults, to respect adults, and that is something that I really would like us to focus on. How do we get the young people to respect the decisions that adults make so they grow up to do the same? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Number 7. Okay. Number 8.
Good afternoon. My name is Don Landis, and I too have been listening to the board's previous meetings and the rancor that's been going on and displayed, and I really I feel sorry that you have to endure what has been happening across the country, and I really appreciate the superintendent's views on it. I thought your perspective on that was dead on, and I appreciate you depoliticizing this situation. I know you have to provide this audience, but at the same time, it should be within reason, and I think it's gone beyond reason. I am here in support of Jay Martin and the River School and all the teachers and the PTA. I was a River Dad for several years with Sarah as the PTA president, and we did a lot of great things at that school. And I am in a biracial relationship. My boys that went to River School were of color, and never, ever did we ever have or receive or see any instance of racism or exclusion or anything negative ever. River School only provided them the best experience possible. I was a public defender for 26 years. I really did see discrimination. I really did see racism. And I've spent my life protecting those from that. And I can tell you what I've heard before you in previous sessions is not racism. It's unfortunately consistent with what's going on across this country. Jay could not be a better principal. The teachers there, I haven't seen them in a while. It was great to see them. And they provided our kids with the best education possible, and never, ever did they make our kids feel different. And so please remember that there are the silent majority of the rest of us out here who love and appreciate what Jay and River School has provided for our family. Thank you.
Thank you. Number 9.
Hello, my name is Melissa Ullum. I have 2 children at Carmel River School, and I'm sorry to be speaking again. I'm sure you're getting tired of me. What I would like to do is try to set the record straight on some of the accusations about the canceling of the events. And I don't want to make anyone feel attacked, although I'm hearing that people feel attacked, and so I want to try to find a way to make a bridge on that situation. The gentleman who spoke a little bit earlier said that we have to be the adults in this situation, and I 100% agree with him. One of the challenges I have around the River School PTA is that there are not as many opportunities to get information or to follow the bylaws or act in accordance with the charter of the group itself. And I suspect that's being remedied. But there are certainly events that are gendered and are, unlawful under California and federal law. And I think that While their PTA Instagram account treated children and families very unfairly, stooped quite low in my opinion, the truth is that the school district simply cannot do things which are unlawful under California law. And I think I'm sorry, I think I put Ted Knight in a very difficult position because I was the one who went to him as the Title IX coordinator and the anti-discrimination coordinator to seek guidance from attorneys on this subject. And I recognize that Ted Knight is a respectable superintendent who always follows the law. So truthfully, while I'm not privy to the discussion between Ted Knight and the PTA, my supposition is that he was required to act under California and US law, and so is the PTA, and that's why those events were canceled. I also want to say that the PTA did not have to cancel those events. Not a single one of the children who spoke at the PTA event said they wanted the events to be canceled. Not a single parent said they wanted the events to be canceled. Many emails were emailed to the PTA to ask how we could integrate and support these dances and events. One of the parents is an actual wedding planner with access to vendors. And I recognize that at this point, we're probably really at loggerheads at the school, but I'm willing to put down my armor and my shield and help do this activity if the PTA is willing to go forward. We made the offer before in private. We made the offer in the PTA meeting, but we can't defend ourselves when the Instagram account starts attacking kids. So I hope that the children will stop being bullied for this, and if someone needs to be bullied, it's going to be me or it's going to be California and federal law, because I'm the one who did this, and we need to leave the 10-year-old girls alone now.
Thank you. Number 10, please.
Hi, my name is Charlie Wally. I live in the Carmel Views neighborhood. I've been here for 22 years now, and my parents for another 20 before that. My two sons, who are now adults and do make their own decisions most of the time, went through the Carmel system. So I'm familiar with the school system, and I'm very grateful to it and to all of you for everything that you do. So I'm here to talk about the stadium lights, which is an issue that concerns a lot of people, and particularly right where I live. I guess about a month ago, almost exactly, I sent an email to all of you and to Ted with a list of 8 questions, yes or no kinds of questions that were designed to give people who are interested in this issue a better handle on how you intend to proceed, not what you intend to decide, but how are we going to get from here to that day. And the recent decision to slow the EIR down, which I greatly appreciate and I think was a very smart thing to do, kind of answered, I think, 5 of those questions, just made them moot. Basically, it's to be determined, because they were all about timing. But there are 3 questions still to be answered, which I think, if the format provided, you could answer them right now. I think that's probably not going to happen. But they're important because they fill a gap. It's not the knowledge gap about how much light will fall here or there. It's how do people understand what we're really talking about. And I think you all, and I know that people don't understand fully what's being proposed and how it may affect them. And so these 3 questions are: 1, will the district erect story poles or some device similar to that, so that people can get a sense for what those lights are going to look like against the skyline? 80 feet it's a long way up, but it's hard to envision and imagine in the abstract. So that's a simple yes or no. The other is, will you be able to install dark sky lights on the pools in time that we can see how those work and at least extrapolate mentally how that's going to look in the stadium when they're bigger and taller and brighter. And then the third has to do with outreach to the community, which I think has been, not by design, but in effect, not very effective, because people just don't seem to know what's going on beyond the immediate neighborhood and then beyond the neighborhoods like mine, which are in the viewshed. And so the question remains, what are your plans for reaching out to all those people in a meaningful way so they can meaningfully understand what's being proposed? And I'll submit these again in writing just to remind you. And it'd be nice if you can answer them in writing, but if not, some other way that we could define your intentions. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Number 11, please.
Hi. I wish I wrote something down, but I just wanted to offer my support for all the teachers and everybody at River School. I think they're all amazing. I've never had any other experience other than positive. I've been a parent at River School for 10 years. I have 2 kids. And yeah, I've always been so happy. Even when we were doing distance learning, yes, it was hard, but I think that Carmel Unified handled everything awesome, like amazingly. And that's all. Just want to say I love everybody at River and thank you.
Thank you. Number 12, please.
Hello, my name is Richard Spencer. I and my family resided in Carmel for the last 15 years, and we have 5 children at 4 separate Carmel Unified School District school sites. We've had children in Carmel schools continuously since 2009 and will through 2036. I share this information so that you may know that I have experience in this district, and I also have a vested interest in the future of Carmel schools. At the last district board meeting, a disgruntled few attempted to defame the integrity of Principal Jay Martin of Carmel River School and his staff using politically charged language. I found the display distasteful. I'm here to share my experience at River School over the past decade plus and the exemplary education and care my children have received through wonderful teachers under the direction of School Principal Jay Martin. When my sophomore was in 5th grade at River School, he underwent open heart surgery and was absent from school for over 2 weeks. During the lead up to his surgery, recovery, and return to campus, he was supported and encouraged by many River School employees, in particular Jay Martin. They made calls, sent notes, and organized a welcome back to school so that my son could cope with his major transition in his life. I know that my family is not alone in receiving this type of TLC, as evidenced by the memorial on River School campus to a young student whose life was taken too soon by cancer. On many other occasions, Mr. Martin has spent time connecting with my boys and other students as they play basketball or kickball at recess. Ask any child at River School if Mr. Martin cares about them, and you will find that the vast majority have an overwhelmingly positive perception of their principal and their teachers. During the height of the pandemic and the disaster that was Zoom school, Mr. Martin paid a visit to our home during school hours to see how 3 of his students were doing in this environment. He not only observed but spoke with them, and from that experience and others, Mr. Martin pushed for a return to the classroom, and though rebuffed at first, he prevailed in a spring 2021 return to in-person school. Since then, his school site has been a leader in a return to normalcy through school-wide activities that had benefited the emotional health and well-being of the students of River School. Though the few have put a damper on these said events at River School currently, it is my hope that the school board will allow Mr. Martin and the River PTA to continue to promote worthwhile events that benefit the student body and their families. River School is different in the best of ways thanks to its principal of the last quarter century. Thank you, Principal Martin. I'm here for you, and there are many more in your corner. We appreciate you, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Number 13, please.
Hello, my name is Danielle Stornetta, and I would just like to have a chat to you about what I saw the other day. We did this protest for all the children to not wear the masks, and I know that it's not a requirement, it is a recommendation. So I would hope that you, as a very special board who has the power to let all the children know that it is a request, but it's not something they have to do. And it would be so lovely if you could somehow let all the students know this for sure, because a lot of them are getting segregated for not wearing a mask. And I saw this at the Tulasitos, actually. This little wee girl, my friend Tracy was chatting about, this nana was walking with her 2 little granddaughters. They all had their masks on. And once they felt that they didn't have to wear them, the little girl actually danced around and smiled and was so happy. And it just, honestly, it made us absolutely cry. It was so touching. And the nana was so happy. And then all of a sudden she walked past, I'm not sure who it was, but someone within the school, and they said, put your mask on. And literally her face just, she was just torn to bits. And it was so heartbreaking, because it shouldn't be that. There's no proof that these masks do anything. And these little children need to see each other smile and laugh again. And the children that did decide not to wear the masks were told they were not allowed in the classrooms. They had to sit outside on a bench. And that's segregation in itself, making these children feel like they didn't have the right to be in their own classroom with their friends, and they were looked at as they were lepers or something. So I felt that was really heartbreaking, and I just would hope and pray that you as a board would look in your hearts and be able to see how incredibly important it is for children to not have to wear a mask and to not be ridiculed for wearing a mask, when it really does nothing other than takes away their happiness. So thank you for listening, and God bless everyone.
Thank you. Number 14, please. Number 14. Okay, I think our last number is 15. Do we have number 15? Absolutely. Number 16. Oh, if you could. Okay. Oh. Sorry. Okay.
Hi, my
Hi.
name is Alex Salmoon, and our kids have been at River School for going on 7 years now. I have 3 boys. The youngest is 2, so I'm hoping that he'll be able to have Mr. Martin as a president or as a principal for the school. Just wanted to come and speak on his character, his integrity. It's really been disappointing to hear some of the things that have been said about him. I could just share from being a coach, coaching at the school, on site, soccer, basketball, things like that. It's just been such a great honor to see the principal outside playing with the kids. As Mr. Spencer mentioned, any kids that you talk to would speak very highly of the principal. I mean, he's out there, he's on the front lines. I mean, I haven't seen too many principals out in the car line during COVID, moving cars, making adjustments, calling out kids. I mean, he's really putting in the work. He's walking the walk. He's on the front lines. It's unfortunate that some people, are sad or feel like, they need to, just be upset about the situations that are happening. We're kind of in a really interesting time. Cancel culture, all these other politically charged terms that are happening. But I could speak just on his character. 7 years, I've seen nothing but great things from him, from his teachers, from the PTA board. I've coached a lot of the kids that go to River School, and just nothing but love and praise from the parents and the kids on my teams about him. And I just wanted to just share that sentiment, because if there's anything else that's coming out about him or being spoken about him, you know, I'm sorry that people feel that way, but it's not true. You look at his body of work over quarter century, and you could, if you just call kids from when they were, you know, even 20 years ago, I can't imagine you would hear a negative thing. I've really never heard anything negative up until this year, and it's really sad because we need great leaders, especially in this community, and he is one of them. And you know, it's just, you know, it's really hard to find great leaders, and I'll tell you, he loves the kids. You'll never find a principal that loves the kids more than him. I see him out there laughing with the kids, talking with them, encouraging them, and that's just really, really important. The kids need that more than ever. Thank you.
Thank you. Number 16.
Hey everybody, my name's Erin, and hello Sarah. We began a conversation a long time ago before my daughters entered River School, expressing my concern about inclusivity at River School, and none of that desire to build more bridges and not more walls has had an ounce of disdain for any of the actions, the teachers, the amazing community at River School can be all the more amazing by opening doors, inviting more people in, saying there's room at the table. The fifth graders' goal this year to sort of have those events become something that anyone who wants to dance or anyone who likes to attend a carnival, none of the lean was about making, I'm not sure if I missed something about, because it sounds like there's some protection of Mr. Martin as the principal, and I think he does a great job. That's a very hard job. All the teachers have been amazing to our children. I'd never want to be the principal. You are out there everywhere. We see you. You have a lot of exuberance, and this is an area where we can really shine so much. Cancel culture, inclusion. It's not black and white. It's not either or, it's and. We need to have space for everybody at a public school to feel included in the events, whether or not fill in the blank. It doesn't matter what it is. And so I hope that the hurt that is happening and for the folks who are feeling like they're losing something, that they can see the question that we're asking here is how can we make everybody feel included, not what are you losing. So there's no harm or hurt coming from folks who want to see more space for more people to feel part of something, and I think that's what River School's about. The end.
Thank you. Number 17, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name's Jay Martin. I'm the principal of Carmel River School. I'm going to attempt to do, thank you. I'm going to attempt to do this without notes. I bring a certain level of vulnerability here today because it has been a very, very difficult last couple of years. And I've been in this school district for an awful long time. And it's been a pleasure, a blessing to preside over this school. It's been a wonderful community. The parents are awesome. The kids are as well. But I do have a concern I want to share with the board today. And I start with good faith and goodwill, I should say, which is I hope that our record through the years has resulted in the board and the community having faith with our school and our staff. It was very troubling to hear some recent comments about River School and the hate approved, hate condoned, hate taught in our classrooms. I've always felt very strongly that these people who are here today, the educators at River School who do the good work in the trenches, have always been our greatest strength. And we have an awful lot of data, that shows just how successful we've been through the years. 98% of our parents, you should really be proud of that. The staff at River School feel that, the parents feel that their kids are in a warm, welcoming, supportive place, and the kids themselves respond with similar levels of satisfaction. But what I'm most proud of? I'm most proud of the fact that when we're looking at 98% are satisfied, and this is something that Ted spoke to as well, we actually go after that 2%. We actually seek that 2%, because we do pay attention to those outliers. It's really, really important to us that all the kids are successful and thriving. But recently, there's a certain fear that's gripping our staff, and I feel it. And it is a heavy burden to bear, and that is this issue. Just the criticism, I think. We need to get back to working together and being collaborative and believing in that when we have disagreements and whatnot, that they can be settled without resorting to language like, me being the leader of Al-Qaeda, and I am not joking. Or, that we are breeding and feeding the students at Carmel High School who are engaging in graffiti that involves swastikas and whatnot. That is a level of conversation and criticism that has no place in our schools. So, as was just shared, I am thoroughly committed to trying to extend an olive branch so we can work on these really difficult issues. But it is very important that we do so respectfully for the love of these students. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Number 18.
That's kind of hard to follow. Hi, my name is Susan Wittishin, and I know nothing about what's happening at River School at all. Nothing. But it sounds like you've got you got stuff to work on. I live on Flanders Drive, and for the past 2.5, almost 3 years, I've been heading up the neighborhood to get a 25 mile per hour speed limit into a section of Flanders at Flanders and Whitman Circle, because within that portion of the street, they consider us not. The density did not provide us to have a 25 mile per hour zone. So we've been petitioning. We've gone to Mary Adams. We have done everything in our power to get that in, and we're going to get it in on March 1st. We're doing it. But one of the reasons that I got involved with the lights was because of the same reason, the traffic. It's terrible there. Coming down Morrison onto Flanders and up Flanders is really bad. And my concern is that if the lights go in and we have lots of people coming in and more traffic, that we're going to have a really serious problem. We have a lot of small children there who walk. We have the older people who walk during the day and even sometimes in the evening. And we have a lot of people like me who walk their dogs. And that's my biggest concern. I'm not exactly against the lights. What I'm against is what may happen if we get the lights. And so I hope that we can all work as a community to work something out so that we don't have traffic problems. I worked with the track team who used to run by my house every single day before the pandemic, and I put water out for them, and they signed a petition for us. And we got our names in the paper at Carmel High School. Everybody was helping us out to get traffic problems solved. And at the end of the track, after the track team was finished, I got a knock on my front door, and it was the track team's coaches with a bouquet of flowers for me to say thank you. So we are all in support of Carmel High School. None of us are against it. We are for anything that the kids want, up into a limit of something that doesn't affect and impact the rest of the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Number 19.
Hi there, my name's John Mendez. I'm here this afternoon because I'm greatly concerned and disturbed by what I'm hearing in the community. I've been a teacher at River School for 25 years now. And hearing the accusations against our school from our leadership to teachers in the classroom that we're teaching hate, a message that I certainly wouldn't want to get any traction whatsoever. It's incredible to me as a teacher. I've watched firsthand the love, the care, the inclusivity that the staff at my school have extended to the kids that attend River School. has warmed my heart for over 2 decades, year in and year out, the love and care that I've witnessed to watch kids of diverse backgrounds thrive in this environment. Growing up and attending elementary school in the 60s and early 70s wasn't so great times for me. My own experience in elementary school is antithetical to the loving environment that I believe we cultivate at River School. I was the recipient of repeated racial slurs, being Hispanic, a spick, a beaner, a wetback. Kids coming up to me saying, "Hey, Johnny, you and your mom can come to the house after school and do some yard work." You know, it's stuff like that that burns deep. And I'm ultra sensitive to any of that kind of language, and I have never heard anything of the sort in any cultural setting anywhere in CUSD. It's my hope that CUSD will learn how to better navigate the bullying of staff that has ramped up tremendously throughout the pandemic. I look forward to discussing as a teacher how our district can better support staff so we feel confident that we can do our jobs to best save the kids to the best of our ability. Let's everybody be on the same team. It works. Teamwork it's work. Being an athlete forever, teamwork is awesome. We all get along.
Thank you. Number 20.
Hello. Hi, I'm Chris Lehman, and I came to the wrong board meeting. I thought I was coming here to defend the mask thing, but now I find myself surrounded by a group of amazing teachers, administrators, and I'm probably going to cry, and board members. And a superintendent, welcome. I get your emails all the time. I pulled my kids from River School, as Jay knows, and all the teachers, most of the community. I was unfavored. I did it for personal reasons, not because of the teachers like everyone thought it was. I put them back in River School, and I have to tell you, I couldn't have asked for a better teacher. He's here. To bring my daughter back, and Jay supporting it, all the teachers. She had a huge transition to overcome because she was out of school, but man, I'm missing the boat here because these are the most loving teachers I've ever met. And Jay and Ryan Peterson, his name's been brought up. He couldn't be more of a man of character. He's my neighbor. I see him all the time. Seabury, all of you, thank you. I was coming to say thank you. I know that you've been attacked, and that is, as I've said to Seabury, the 1% in this city, not the 99 other percent. And I thought I'd be one of the only ones, and I walked into a group that I can't be more proud of for standing up for these teachers and you guys. And I apologize for our community. And as Mendez just said, we need to come together and stop the nonsense because it's not their, while you think it's a choice for masks, my kids don't mind it. They're just grateful to be back in school doing sports. We need to stop. Anyway, that's it.
Thank you so much. Number 21, please.
Thank you for. Sorry, I'm listening to it, and I thought it was live, and so I was listening to John Mendez talk. So, let's see. Thank you for getting my number. I just wanted to come up here. My name is Lovina Warwick. I have had 2 children and 2 stepchildren go through the school system. Right now, my children are all at CHS, and one is at middle school. I'm here on behalf of the conversations that I've heard tonight about River School and J. Martin. My experience at River was a wonderful one. And I'm coming here because my children, all 4, 2 stepchildren, 2 of my children are mixed children. They have different religious sort of studies that they've done in their background, Hinduism, Buddhism. And quite frankly, my son, his skin color is pretty dark. And the only reason I bring that up is I have a funny story. I don't know where John is, but you don't know this. So I was a room parent in John Mendez's class. And this was during a time when there was an election for a president, who I won't name because I don't want this to become about that. And I was volunteering in the room, and I heard kids saying, oh, if that person becomes president, my parents said we're going to move to another country. And I was shocked because these were 2nd graders. I was like, wow, what are they talking about? And one child very innocently said, yeah, if that person becomes president, Mr. Mendez and my son is out of here. And I was standing right there. And I know that child didn't mean any ill will. I felt perfectly safe. I knew that they were just talking about what they heard on the television. If I had felt any sense of, antagonism or prejudice, I would have gone to 50 people at that moment. And yet, in the face of that, I just knew it was little kids being honest. J. Martin, I think, is one of the most wonderful people I've ever met, and I don't even know him very well. I felt very safe in the school. My kids did, and that's all I wanted to say. So thank you.
Thank you. That will conclude our public comment portion of the meeting this evening. I'd like to thank everybody for taking the time to join us. I would like to thank everybody on behalf of the Board of Education for their very thoughtful, powerful, very articulate comments made this evening. We appreciate hearing from our entire community, so thank you very much. I know. Okay, in the interest of time, we're going to move along to agenda item 2. This is our consent calendar. Oh, you're fine. I'm just going to move through the meeting. This is where the board bundles a number of items that they act upon together in one motion through the use of the consent calendar. Consent agenda items are routine items deemed to be non-controversial for which board discussion is not anticipated and for which the superintendent recommends approval. So therefore, there will be no discussion of these items prior to any vote unless a board member specifically requests an item to be removed. So with that said, may I please receive a motion to approve the consent calendar?
I move to approve the consent calendar.
I'll second.
Board President Sarah Hines?
Yes.
Board Clerk Tess Arthur?
Yes.
Board Member Anne Marie Rosen?
Yes.
Board Member Carl Palestrini?
Yes.
Board Member Seabury Nachbar?
Yes.
This is agenda item 3. These are our action, discussion, and information items. We'll start with agenda item 3A with Yvonne. This is the presentation of the audited financial statements for the fiscal year ending June 30th, 2021. Welcome, Yvonne.
I'd like to introduce Gemma Tishinsky. She is with Clifton Larson and Allen, a independent audit and accounting firm, and she is a CPA, certified public accountant, and she was the lead on our audit for our fiscal year ending June 30th, 2021. She will present a brief summary of the audit and our financial statements for the board's review.
Thank you, Yvonne.
members of the board, Superintendent Knight, thank you for having me here this afternoon. It's the first open air board meeting I've been to. It's been great watching the cows go by. Well, thank you. I'm here to present just the highlights of our audit for this year. So maybe if we can advance the slide. I'll talk a little bit about our required governance communication. There's certain things we always have to report back to those in charge of governance or the board. So our objective was to perform our financial and compliance audit, and of course there are a lot of ed code that requires you to have an audit every year. The state controller's office, the education audit appeals panel issues their guide that talks about the audit and the audit process, and of course you have a fiduciary responsibility to receive the audit and take a look at it. So overall our audit process starts with a pre-audit meeting with management and an annual discussion with at least one of the board members to talk about what's going on in the district, what do we need to think about as we plan our audit. And then as we work through the audit, we evaluate the internal controls. We don't do an audit of controls, but we gain an understanding to help us kind of form our decisions about the rest of the audit. And then we get to the nitty-gritty of those balances and do our substantive tests to support the information in the financial statements. At the very end of the process, then we have an exit meeting to review those financials with management. And we met with Yvonne and we met with Superintendent Knight and walked through all of that. So significant areas impacting the audit this year, we had distance learning. Everybody's very familiar with that. And so we had 3 sites that we selected in our sample. I'm going to say it wrong, Toloritos Elementary School.
Tularcitos.
Tularcitos, thank you. Carmel Middle School and Carmel High School. And so we looked at the documentations to support engagement, to support taking, participation, documenting participation. And then the other thing we always have to think about in our audit is if there are significant estimates. And so we're looking at things like the actuarial valuation for pension liabilities and the post-employment benefit liabilities, and those are big numbers that affect the full the government-wide financial statements. Other things we always need to talk about if we have disagreements about how to account for things in the financial statements, and we didn't have any. And then if there's any significant changes to the financial statements, and this year there was a new accounting standard which changed how fiduciary, the ASBs, were reported. They used to be reported as fiduciary, and now they're part of the main body of the financial statements. We had no audit adjustments, which is a credit to your staff in the accounting department. They did a great job of closing, so nothing came to our attention that needed to be adjusted. And the only other thing to bring to your attention, there was a change in how interest is depreciated on amortization of bond premiums, but just a change in accounting, a way to account for things. All right, we'll advance to the next slide, and I'll just give you some of the key results. So from the financial audit, we issued an unmodified opinion. So that's the best opinion we can render that says that an informed reader can rely on the financial statements to make informed decisions. There are other types of opinions, and I've listed that on the slide that are not as good. You might have an exception, you might have an adverse opinion, or we might disclaim an opinion because we can't audit the documents, but you have an unmodified or clean opinion, and you'll see that on page 2 of the report. Other sections of the report, I won't go into a lot of detail, but the management discussion analysis is written by management. It's their responsibility to talk a little bit about the significant events that impacted the financial statements. And then when you do look at the financial statements, and if maybe we can advance to the next page, this is really what's different between the unaudited actuals that were presented to you and when you look at the report. It's this statement of net position, which is a full accrual statement, and I won't get to all the details, but when you look at that, you'll see that that's where capital assets are recorded, and that's where the debt's recorded as part of the financial picture. And the debt not only any sort of financing debt, but also your pension and your liability for health and welfare for retirees is recorded there. And all of that results in this unrestricted and total net position that's negative that you see there. And that is very common for all school districts, because everybody, as you report these assets and liabilities, these liabilities are just a lot larger than the assets. So we get this negative number. But nothing, when you look at it, you shouldn't be concerned, because this is just atypical for school districts. All right, if we advance to the next slide. This is basically the income statement on a government-wide basis, so all the funds roll together. And really the significant things that occurred this year, there was a lot of federal funding for learning loss mitigation and ESER, and so part of our audit was, of course, looking at those that revenue and making sure it was recorded appropriately. And then the only other significant change on this financial statement this year was just the inclusion of the ASBs into the kind of the rolling up of all of the government activities. All right, we'll advance to the next slide. And so again, the rest of the body of the financial statement, it mirrors your unaudited actuals that were presented back in September. They're just in a different format, but all the numbers are the same because we had no audit adjustments, just a different format. And of course, there's always notes to the financial statements. I don't have any in particular I'm going to highlight, but they're just there to help support the numbers, help to explain what the numbers mean. Okay, we'll advance to the next slide. And other parts of our audit, so there are a number of other sections that are required either by our standards, by the state controller's office, or the district has elected to put the details of the fund statements in the back. So you'll find that in there as well. They're all part of the audit process. And if we go ahead and move on to the next slide, one of the things we always look at is, is the district, what's the financial health? Are you meeting your reserve, which you are? What's the budget look like? Are you going to meet your reserve? And so this is just a snapshot of that trends page. It's required by the state controller's office to be in the report. And so I just wanted to highlight that. And then if we move on to the next slide, this is just kind of a trend of your reserve balances. Again, just kind of showing that kind of even level of the reserve over time, 2.9 million in 19, 3.1 in 2020, and 3.2 in 2021. And then the rest of your balances are either restricted or assigned for specific purposes. All right, and then if we advance, as part of our audit, as I mentioned, we're looking at internal controls. So we do issue a letter. If there are any findings, we would report them in the letter related to internal control. We didn't have any findings. And then in regards to your federal funds, so we did issue an unmodified opinion on program compliance. There were 2 programs that we tested this year. It was your Corona relief funding, or the local learning loss mitigation funding, and then the ESER funding that we looked at. So no significant deficiencies or material weaknesses in internal control in terms of how those expenses were supported by invoices and approvals and things like that. And as a result, you qualify as a low-risk auditee, which means you've got unmodified opinions, no material weaknesses, that just a good place to be. And then state compliance, there's actually a list of all of the compliance requirements that we were required to audit on page 85 of the report. And every year that changes. The Education Audit Appeals Panel kind of works through their process. This next year, there's going to be a lot of new things for us to look at. But no items of non-compliance were noted during that process. And again, probably the biggest change there was the distance learning. And there were no prior year findings. If there were findings last year, we'd have to come back and report to you status of implementation, or if they're recurring, so we have nothing to report related to that. And I think that's it.
Great, thank you so much.
All right.
I'll turn it over to the board for any questions or comments.
Comment and a thought. I'm really glad to hear about the ASB being rolled into the bigger picture, because as a high school principal for years, that was a stepchild, independently audited and not always done well. So that's a plus. Nice presentation, but I really want to tip my hat to our business department, and the way they put this thing together is pretty phenomenal. It really is very detailed, and we got one of the most competent business managers I've seen in a while. But the other comment I need to make is, in doing the review last week, I got to tell you, our superintendent, Ted, has brought a perspective to the budget that I haven't seen. And I've been in this game for about 25 years now, counting principalship and board. And I think the fresh perspective on actuals in terms of what we're doing and quantifying it into terms of where we need to go is exceptional. So I just wanted to tip my hat to that viewpoint. He's very good with the numbers too, which I am not.
Thanks, Carl. I'd also like to thank Yvonne and the business office for all their hard work on this. And I think, as Tess mentioned in her board update, our budget is very complicated for those of us that don't do this every day, day in and day out. So I appreciate your presentation and distilling all this down, just as Yvonne did last week at our budget study as well. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
So with that, I believe we need a motion.
Yes, we do.
So I'd like to make a motion to approve the presentation of the audited financial statements for the fiscal year ending June 30th, 2021.
I second.
Board President Sarah Hines.
Yes.
Board Clerk Tess Arthur.
Yes.
Board Member Anne Marie Rosen.
Yes.
Board Member Carl Palestrini.
Yes.
Board Member Seabury Nakbar.
Yes.
Thank you.
And I want to thank Yvonne as well. This was a really hard year. She had some transition in the department as we were closing out the audit. We have them pull a lot of documentation, and she worked really hard. So great job. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Moving on to agenda item 3B. This is our environmental impact report. This is the EIR. We have an update from Dr. Knight.
I feel I should go up to the podium because it's closer to the heater over there, but I'll go ahead and do it from here. Want to just provide the board and the community with a quick update on where we are with the EIR. As we heard in public comment, we are slowing down a bit. And so I'm just going to kind of go through a quick overview of where we've been, a summary of where I believe the concerns sit right now, and then our plan moving forward. So as we all know, Facilities Master Plan was put together by Dan Paul and others using a variety of input from stakeholders, staff, students, parents, community members. And at that point, stadium lights were identified by district staff and the Board of Education as a priority project. At that time, it was mainly due to the late start law requirement that was meant to be implemented in 22-23. That guidance has been updated. I think like other guidance, we throw out this is going to happen, and then as they work through that theory and come up with practice, it changes a little bit. And during that process, I think one of the carve-outs was that rural school districts did not have to implement late start. And we are one of those rural school districts. So although we do not have to implement late start, numerous stakeholders have continued to advocate for that. I believe our wellness committee or group had advocated for that. And as your superintendent, I will tell you I'm a huge advocate for that. The science is very clear. Student voice is very clear on that. And taking their input, the input from staff, the input from community, it's still going to be my recommendation that we need to move to late start at some point. In addition to late start implementation, as I started working with our community and with our student body, equity concepts started to evolve. Things like student participation, students in our outlying areas not being able to come back in for a Saturday game. Students not being able to participate if they don't live in town, if they're not here. Staff observation. So we know it's a very expensive community. Not all of our staff can afford to live here, and it's very difficult to drive into Carmel on the weekends. And also school pride. Our students wanting an opportunity that their friends and others across the country get. So those are kind of the problems we have to solve right now, is how do we implement late start? How do we improve equity for our students? So as this project originally started, our staff engaged with consultants to prepare an environmental impact report, as well as architects and designers for the project. We published a notice of preparation for that EIR on May 12th of 2021. We received about 16 responses during that 30-day review period. Following that, there was an EIR scoping meeting at the May 26, 2021 school board meeting, which solicited public comment, and a draft EIR was completed and made available in August of 2021, and we received comments during a 45-day review period. During that time, and I think we've all heard a lot over the past few months that we maybe didn't do enough to engage our community. But I want to make sure that we thank Dan Paul for going above and beyond what the legal process asks us to do. Every step of the way, if it said notify people within a certain radius, he expanded the radius. If they said put it in one newspaper, he put it in 3. And so although some in our community may feel like we haven't engaged everyone, I can tell you we have gone above and beyond. Even since it started, I think this group knows I've done multiple town halls. Dan Paul and I have visited people's homes. And so we are continuing to engage our community to make sure that we know firsthand what those concerns are. So although legally all we had to do was tell a certain group of people, take a 45-day comment period, put forward a final EIR, and bring it here for a vote, we have continually attempted to hear firsthand concerns and engage in dialogue with anyone and everyone who wants to speak with us. And so I've continued to do that. Again, tours, as was stated, Sarah was out meeting with community members. All of us have tried to gauge as much information as we can. We heard someone talk about the speed limit. Dan and I have met with local officials. We have a meeting with Mary Adams, I believe, next week. We have continually tried to help our community members get those safety enhancements that they want, and lean in on our county officials and say, we would like to see these things happen as well. So continue to meet with them, meet with consultants, all of that, as we develop a plan to meet both late start and equity concerns. So right now, and this is in general, this is by no means an exhaustive list, but the general concerns are the EIR process and the resulting documents, whether or not those are appropriate or not. Light pollution, both in totality once and if stadium lights are added, but also what we currently have. Parking, not only during events, but just normal day-to-day parking, and this feeling that those would be exacerbated during nighttime events. Concern that night games would bring increased trash, unsafe behavior, speeding, those types of things. The light poles themselves and the accompanying glow that could disrupt current views, decrease property values, the renting out of facilities and increasing the time when lights would be on, and then a general lack of trust with the school district that maybe we haven't always listened to our community and considered their desires. So in general, that is where we kind of have a scope. So at this point moving forward, here's where we're at. I personally, having done a lot of research, I don't see any viable alternatives to the Stadium Light project. I don't see a magic silver bullet that allows us to meet the demands of late start and to meet the equity demands without moving forward with the stadium lights. We're still hearing community concerns. I've been very transparent that we are still hearing not only comments but promises of lawsuits, that there are members of the community that have told me outright, we are going to sue you if you do this. So knowing that there's still concerns, we haven't bridged that gap, knowing that we will most definitely get sued, we have gone back and enhanced the scope of the project to include more parking, some of those safety issues. Putting some of those things in place have changed the scope of the project enough that I feel we need to go back and redo that draft EIR. I think if we bring the EIR forward as it is, it's not going to encompass everything that we are actually going to do, which I think is a positive. We are doing so much more than we actually have to do that we want to slow down and increase the scope of that draft EIR. So I'm going to be bringing forth a second draft EIR probably late May, early June. It will have a second 45-day commenting period, which will happen over summer break, with a public meeting probably in June or July. We'll then bring back the final EIR, those findings, and a possible final vote in the fall, most likely October or November. And this is the part where I want to kind of reiterate where I'm at with this as the superintendent. As I think has been made abundantly clear lately, I am committed to doing what is best for students and empowering the voice of our students. But I also want to make sure that we have addressed all of our neighbors' concerns and that we've mitigated them to the best point possible. Does that mean we'll solve every one of their problems? Absolutely not. I'm under no illusions that everybody's going to be happy. But I need to do what is best for students and make sure that I am comfortable that we've alleviated as many of those concerns as possible. So that is the plan for right now. Because of that, as you'll hear probably over the next few months, I don't know how I can recommend late start next year. There is no way that I can see that we can actually move forward with late start without the lights. Our student advisory group has asked that this be one of the tasks that they work on. They want to take a stab at the stadium lights, the school schedule, the late start, and work through that over the next few months. And at this point, we are going to be using the appropriate legal process under CEQA and the recirculation of that EIR, including the public comment period, as our process for engaging with the community. So kind of a quick update. Sorry, a lot of talking, but I want to make sure we're very clear about where we're going and why we're going there. We are not stopping. We're not backing down. We're not caving. We are slowing down and doing everything we can to try to make sure our kids get what they want and our neighbors get what they want. And I still believe, as I always have, there is a place there in the middle where we can do both.
Thank you, Ted, for that thorough update. I appreciate it. I'll turn it over to the board for any questions that you might have for Ted. I'd like to remind everybody this is just an information-only agenda item, so we won't be taking a motion. But if there's any questions, please go for it.
I have a few. Can I start?
Yes,
okay.
Go for it.
When you say no viable alternatives, Ted, what do you mean by that?
I think that's a great question. One of the things we've heard from some community members is we haven't done enough to look at, are there other ways to do late start without stadium lights? There's often comments made other school districts do it, and that's true. But every school district has different variables. So for instance, because of the land we're on, we only have one practice field. We don't have multiple practice fields. If we had 4 or 5 practice fields, you could run 4 or 5 practices at once. And some of the other options that other schools have used, I don't think our students or our community are going to be okay with those trade-offs. For example, could you move from a 7-period day to a 6-period day? Of course. And then that's going to impact students. They're going to get one less class every day. It's going to affect teachers. It's going to affect their ability to work a 1.2 and have extra compensation, and as a district, us save money by hiring extra teachers. Could we make 7th period athletic period for athletes? Absolutely, and then you get to choose between being a student or an athlete. It's going to be maybe an AP class a kid doesn't get to take, or maybe an art class that a student doesn't get to take. If you limit practice time, right now we have a waiver like most districts that for your sophomore year or your second year of PE, if you're an athlete, you can use that. You have to have a certain amount of practice time. If we can only practice for an hour, you don't get to count that anymore, which means we're now hiring 2 additional PE teachers, and kids are now taking PE and again losing another academic class or maybe a different elective. So it's not that we haven't looked at these. It's not that we're saying, no, we're not willing to do them. every decision you make in life has a trade-off. And rather than putting up stadium lights where we can extend practice, the trade-offs come at the expense of the academics of our students. And we heard very clearly from our students, they don't want to choose between being a student and an athlete. They want the same opportunities that others have, which is to take a full class load, take the classes that others are taking, have a full practice, have an opportunity to compete for scholarships, have an opportunity to practice so that they don't get hurt, practice so that they can compete and have school pride. And so we have spent a lot of time, I know John spent a lot of time, Golden has spent a lot of time, Dan has spent a lot of time trying to figure out, could we somehow make this work? And you just can't, given the variables that we have, without severe trade-offs. And adding lights is a trade-off for our community. But again, if we truly are willing to put kids first, I'm going to take a trade-off that doesn't harm our kids over a trade-off that doesn't inconvenience our community.
Thank you. Another one is, this keeps coming up, but why can't we just make the changes and have late start without the lights?
Well, and I think what I don't want to have happen is we move forward, get into late start, right? Because we could have just pushed through with the EIR and had that happen. And then what happens if we get sued, we get a temporary restraining order, and now we're stuck, right? Now kids are getting out of school late. You've got 45 minutes of practice, and we're stuck. So I'm really nervous about just making that recommendation to move forward and not having a plan B.
And then I just have one more. Sorry, Carl. What do you mean by using the legal process under CEQA for engaging our community? What does that mean?
It's another good question. So you've heard me talk a lot. I think you've heard public comment over the last few months that we've spent a lot of time engaging our community. Town halls, meeting with individuals, again, going on tours. The CEQA process is set up to do that engagement, and we've gone above and beyond. What I am suggesting and wanting to do moving forward is to let that legal process work itself out, meaning we have a very good idea of the scope of our project and the concerns. We're going to put forward a draft EIR. The community's response to that EIR comes through that 45-day commenting period. And then at the end of that 45-day commenting period, we rewrite that using the mitigation strategies that we have. We bring it forth for a vote. The community has public comment, and if we go forward and they don't like it, they can sue us. And my belief is at this point, we've done everything we can to engage the community. We've answered every question. I don't know at this point that that's the best path to keep doing for several more months when the CEQA process legally lays out exactly what you should do. You put forward a draft EIR, the community has a chance to comment, you respond to that in writing, and that's the process. And so that is going to be my recommendation for myself, for staff, and for the board moving forward, is that the engagement happens through that legal process rather than the informal things we've been doing. Because we're not hearing anything new. We're not closing that gap. I think we've closed that gap as much as we can, and at this point, we need to, for lack of a better phrase, put our money where our mouth is and actually do the things we said we're going to do, and prove to our community that we're going to mitigate as many concerns as we can. And then, if at that time I feel like this is still the best thing for students and we've done everything we can to appease our community, then I'll bring it forward and ask for you to move forward.
Thanks, Ted. Carl?
Yeah. Okay. I think, there is still some confusion out there in the community as to the actual impact on the students themselves in terms of these options. We've got some coverage in the Pine Cone, which is good, very good, but I feel like we need to kind of maybe control the story a little bit more than we have, and doing it in terms of problem, proposed solution, and take each one of these pieces and come up with something that the community can actually look at and say, okay, they're not here tonight, as you noticed. You know what I mean? And why would they be in this lovely outdoor freezing weather we've got? But I feel like the message is, I would like to see us do a little bit more with the factors and just laying it out so that the narrative isn't always about being able to maybe see Point Lobos or possibly other offshoots that are going to happen, when we do something like this. So I don't know, Ted, it's your thing, but in terms of the communication process, but I would like to see it simplified a little bit and put it more into these are the concerns and these are our proposed solutions. And I know it's going to all happen through the EIR, but I just think the time between reporting out and getting clarity in the issues isn't necessarily helpful. That's just my only thought. I think the direction's good, don't get me wrong, but I just hear too many questions repeatedly from people that don't seem to have a handle on all of the moving parts. And we're the only ones that really do. Just a thought, okay?
Can I just ask one question, piggyback on what Carl mentioned? So to Carl's point about what our concerns are and what risk you're mitigating, I thought the list that you read off was very clear and very comprehensive. So is that something that will be pushed out to the larger community, or is that something that will just show up in the next version of the draft EIR?
So we've pushed a lot of that out to the community in the past, especially those folks who have stayed engaged in this. But all of those factors will be in the new draft EIR. That's the nice thing. When the first EIR came forward, it was based on the scoping meeting. Since then, we've done a lot more engagement, so we now know there's a larger scope of factors that we know we need to mitigate. So that will now be the starting point for the new, when we recirculate the EIR. We'll see if we get anything new in that 45-day commenting period. But I believe I've been very clear in a lot of these town halls and other conversations with, here's your concern, here's what we're doing to rectify that. For instance, the concern is increased traffic on a Friday night. We are putting a traffic management plan in place. We're putting a busing system from the middle school in place. There's worry about off-street parking, right? We're working with the county to add no parking signs. We're adding parking spots on campus. Like, I believe we've drawn that line pretty clear. I believe they just don't trust that we're going to do it because that hasn't been their experience in the past, and which is why I said at this point, I want to let that legal sequel process play its way out, because I can tell them over and over again, we're going to do this. We just need to do it.
Yeah, I think that's a good point, Ted. I guess the audience, to me, is somewhat limited. And I agree with you. You have addressed all of the issues, and I don't think that's really what my question is. My question is, you've got a lot of people out there that the detractors to this project claim they don't know enough about it. And you could make the case that, well, that's up to them to figure it out. But I'm just thinking if there was a place where they could get progress to date with all clarity and even have it on the website as kind of as if you will, a cheat sheet to where we are today, we wouldn't have to worry so much about who's telling the story. That's all I'm really looking at here. I think you've done a real good job of being out in front and with the community and all of that. But I think in terms of a localized information base that's kind of up to date, that the community can access, that we would direct them to, doesn't have to be a lot, just bullets. That was my thinking.
Yeah, I think Jessica's been looking for something to do, so we can probably update. If we need to, we can make a landing spot on our webpage. Yeah. We already have it.
We do?
I thought so, but
Is
I didn't.
it well? Do we, Jessica? That's a question. Is it user friendly? Is it bulleted? Is it not going to be something they have to read? Copious pieces of information about?
Right now, it's the detailed update from the last meeting. This meeting is a more bulleted list that we'll have on there.
Sounds like that's what I'm looking for.
See how fast we are, Carl? You mention it, and it's there.
Carl, in your terms, it's a cheat sheet, and it's on the website.
It is a cheat sheet.
Yes.
And I do like the quick response, Ted. That was about 31 seconds past the question. I appreciate it.
We aim to please.
Sorry, Seabury.
Yeah, I agree that something like that would be very useful. I think also for the community members that are on the fringe and aren't necessarily engaging in these, actively in these board meetings or a part of the association. I think that's a great idea. So I have two questions. Hopefully they'll be quick. I did want to address or get a response, and maybe now's not the appropriate time, from Charlie Wally, who asked those two specific questions. 3, which was about the outreach to the community, which I think we've done a great job. One being the kind of the storyboard, story polls, to see get some visual on the impact. And the second being if we could put in the dark sky certified lights in the pool first to kind of see the mitigation of the lights and how that would potentially play out with the stadium lights.
You bet. So I can answer actually all 3 of those comments that Charlie had brought up. So first one with the story poll, and we've been talking with the community about this for a while. Story polls are not often used in construction like this. As we've talked to the expert, we looked at story balloons to give people an idea. And as we've talked to the experts out there, what they've suggested and what they say everybody uses nowadays are mock-up drawings. So that's what we've done. They say if you really want an idea of what it's going to look like, a story pole or a balloon doesn't do it. So in the EIR, there are pictures, simulated drawings from every angle you could think of that says this is what it's going to look like. This is how it's going to affect the view. This is, where it's going to sit below the tree line or so I can't remember how many angles we have, but the experts are telling us this, if people want to know what it's going to look like, this is better than a story pole or a story balloon. In terms of the pole lights, absolutely. That's one of the scoping changes in the new EIR is we are working on exchanging those pole lights out for dark sky certified lights. But I think that's another one of those. Prove it to us. You say you're going to do it. Let's actually see you do it. So when we said, okay, we'll do it, that was another one of those projects that it changed the scope of it so much, we felt we need to go back and kind of restart the whole project. So the pole lights will be dark sky certified as well. We actually believe, and we're working with light scientist type people, we believe the actual light pollution, if the stadium lights go forward when it's all said and done, could actually be less than what we have now. Because when you look at the old pool lights and how often they're on now, moving to dark sky certified lights on less with stadium lights that are dark sky certified, the overall light pollution, we don't think it's going to be more. And so we're doing that. And then on the outreach, I have continued to kind of tell people, if you can think of another way to get it out there, let us know. Again, like I said, we were supposed to send it out to a certain radius. We sent it out further. We were supposed to put it in 1 or 2 newspapers. We put it in all. I've had people say, send a letter to everyone, who lives in Carmel. Well, it's a lot of money these days, but if anyone can think of other ways, same thing when I do my town halls. I'm like, anybody who you want to forward this to, let them know. Come one, come all. We are kind of struggling with what else can we do to let everybody in this community know that we're doing stadium lights. And I'm still at a place where I'm like, does everybody not know? Or do a lot of people know and it's not that big of a deal to that many of them? I think there's this fear that we're going to put them up and all these people are going to be like, oh my gosh, I had no idea, and now I'm furious. That's not what I'm hearing when I talk to others in the community. Every community group I go to that I talk to, they understand what's going on. They've read it. But I will continue to say to anybody, if you can think of another way for us to get the word out, we'll do it.
And just a couple more. Sorry, Sarah. I do think that there is this perception, and I'm not blaming anybody, of the students versus the community. And I do feel like that needs to be addressed. I mean, I hear that at home as well. So, and I don't have the answer to that, but I do think that we really need to be very aware of that moving forward, because we don't want to set up this adversarial partnership with the students versus the community. So that's more of a comment than a question, I guess. And then my last question is, it's a bummer to hear that we might have to delay the start time. I'm really disappointed in that, as I'm sure the other board members feel the same way. But I'm glad that you are involving students in that discussion. Is there a way to also solicit a survey or put out a survey to parents, community members, staff to talk about the potential trade-offs if we were to move forward with a late start time and the academic schedule? I just think it would be good to, again, provide all the options and let them know the pros and cons of each. But I do think it's important that we engage our broader community. But I love that we're engaging students, but there's other players too.
Yeah, and that's one of the things we talked with the students about. Because I've heard a couple comments, I heard one tonight, and I want to make sure people aren't misunderstanding my words in terms of student empowerment, right? I believe in student voice. I believe in student empowerment. I want to hear their voice. That obviously, just like a parent, I didn't let my 3-year-old decide what time they could go to bed, but as they get older, you do want to hear what they have to say. They have great ideas. I always use the example of when I was a middle school principal and a bunch of us old guys are sitting around going, these kids just did really well. We should celebrate them. I wonder what they would want to do. And you have this epiphany, well, there's 800 of them out there. Go ask them. And you bring them in and they're like, a dance, of course, right? Any middle schooler, what do you want to do? They want to dance. You still make the parameters around that as an adult. You still make the decision, but you need their input. And so when we talked with the student advisory group about this, they are going to be giving us input. And what we talked with them about is they need to go do action research on this. They need to do surveys. They need to do focus groups. They are not the decision makers for the district. They are not the voice. They are a representative voice. And they know it is their job to go get the voice of the rest of the district, not just the rest of the high school, the rest of the district, and bring that to the group for discussion to help us make decisions. They're a sounding board. They give us input. And so one of the things, I believe 7 of our student advisory group members chose to go into that group that looks at late start, stadium lights, larger things like school schedule. John knows. I'd love to go to a block schedule tomorrow at the high school. I think it's the best thing for kids. But they're going to tackle what type of schedule should we look at? What does late start mean? So they know, as part of kind of more of an action research, they need to do some focus groups. They need to do some surveys. So rather than me do that, I think this is a great opportunity for them to learn, how can I be the voice of our district? Because it can't just be what I think or what I believe. It's representative government. And so they need to go out and find out what the folks think and bring it back to that group. So that will be happening. My one pause is I don't know that can happen soon enough to make a decision for next year, because I have principals out here that are like, if you're going to change the late start time, I needed to know a month ago, and our transportation folks needed to know a month ago. I honestly just think the way this played out, it's very difficult. But I have an unwavering commitment to bring forth late start. It's not no, it's not yet.
I just want to comment too on your Herald article. You really laid out the purpose of your student advisory and that it will be comprehensive student voice and not just the high school. And I guess my question, there is a question in here, is what is the involvement of staff?
In general or in the late start conversation?
The late start,
So again, that will be through the students. I mean, if you go out and you're going to do survey and you're going to do focus groups, I would hope one of the groups they would talk to, and we'll obviously guide them towards that, is staff. The other group, and the kids were all for this. As Ms. Dillard said, we want to talk to the kids. They want to talk to them. So to Seabury's point, we don't want this to be us versus them. We're going to get them all in a room together, because our kids, that group is going to want to sit down with that community and say, we want to let you know why this is so important to us. Tell us what you're concerned about, and let's see if we can alleviate those fears. I see no better way to do this than to get out of the middle and let the kids who need this and the community members who are fearful of what that means figure it out, with us on the side guiding that. And so that's coming. Like I said, I don't think it's going to happen soon enough for next year. I can wish all I want that I would have been here prior to July, but again, we're going to do it right. This is another one of those things in life that great ideas, poorly implemented, end up being a poor idea, so we're going to implement it the right way.
All right.
Yeah, I'm just going to follow Tessa's question about staff and my experience with staff. Kids can talk to the teachers about their ideas on scheduling, but at some point, that's going to have to also be an administrative discussion and conversation, because that high school has been backwards and forwards with different programs and staffing, and they have quite a bit of information, and I am sure they would have a lot of opinion about it. So I get the piece about the kids asking, but I think that's going to have to be between the principal and the faculty at some level too. I just want to make that clear.
Absolutely. We're just going to let the kids facilitate that. This is a good way to teach them how to effectively problem solve and how to collaborate, right? Because if we let them make that decision on their own without talking to teachers, that'd be a pretty tough lesson to learn for them. So we're going to help them with that.
Okay. I'm not saying don't use the kids, but I'm also saying that there has to be discussions about scheduling without the kids as well. Because, I mean, look, I spent a lot of time in high school, and I really agree with involving kids. In fact, that was my MO back in the day. But I think I just need to make it clear, or at least I think it should be clear, that that is also a conversation that is administrative on top of kids' opinion and inquisition and questioning of faculty in terms of what they think. I wouldn't want to leave it at just kids. Let me put it that way. And that kind of gets back to the decision-making process to some degree, which one parent brought up about, you want the input. You want to know what the kids want, but you also need to be vetting what the staff knows in terms of the things they have done and the schedules they have followed and how all that would look. That makes sense?
Yeah, I have no desire to let students make decisions on their own without us.
Okay, I just wanted to, get that piece of the process in there.
Okay, with that, are there any more questions? If not, we're going to move on to the next agenda item. Okay. Thank you, Ted, for that update. Moving on to agenda item 3C with Blaze. We will need a motion at the end of this presentation, and this is the supplement to the annual update to the 2021-2022 Local Control and Accountability Plan, otherwise known as LCAP.
Hello. Good to see you. So with AB 130, which is... I'll just call out which attachment I want when I want it. Thank you. With AB 130, the Budget Act of 2021, a piece of that came out was a requirement by the state for a one-time update to the annual update of the LCAP. So the infinite wisdom of the state was to update the update. There are some reasons behind it that make some sense because of some additional funding that came via that Budget Act, as well as federal funding that came in, the ESSER funds. And so they wanted districts to then tell us how you use that funding. And so that's why they want the update to the update. So part of that update is a required CDE template, which speaks to a couple things that I'll talk about in a moment, and that's going to be attachment 1. And you can go ahead and throw attachment 1 up if you want, Pancho. That'll be the first thing we talk about. With that also, there will be an update to the budget overview. So when we do our LCAP every year, we give you a budget overview. It's kind of a graphic that shows the budget for the year and then what we're using to increase and improve services. And so they asked that we just tell you what is the additional funding that came in, how did that affect the budget overview that we previously presented with the previous LCAP. That will come, and Vaughn will speak to that for just basically a minute. And then they wanted to provide a point-in-time mid-year update of all available metrics that we are using in our LCAP, as well as all of the expenditures and implementation to date, how we're using the funds in the LCAP. And just a note on that real quick, excuse me. Those metrics are what we use, and we compile those anyway because those are what we use when we evaluate how are we doing towards our goals in our LCAP. So we're collecting those and using those in our LCAP process. And then when we actually present the LCAP, all of that that budgeting data is there for you, and you'll see what we're planning to spend. So this is just telling you what we spent so far, and compared to what we were intending to spend, as well as what are the metrics so far that we have. And so it's pretty simple. So the supplement template itself really summarizes our use of applicable funds that I mentioned, aligned with our existing LCAP. And then as well, it asks us about the engagement processes used. And those processes were the processes we used to create our LCAP, our ELOP plan, our Educative Effectiveness Block Grant, our ESSER 3 plan, all of those plans from the pandemic. They are all, the engagement processes are all part of that, and they're spoken to here. The only applicable state funds from the 2021 Budget Act that we really even have in our coffers right now that could be spent come from that Educative Effectiveness Block Grant. And we told you when we put that through, that was like a $800,000 grant. We were pretty much giving you the outline to it, but we weren't going to spend it yet until we actually dialed things in. So the chances of even spending any of that money this year are very slim. We might spend a very small portion of that. The other funds that it's asking us about are the ESSER 3 funds. And you saw our ESSER 3 plan. You approved our ESSER 3 plan. And that was really to talk about our COVID response and mitigation strategies. We used a bunch of the federal funds for that. And then we also used the ESSER 3 funds to support students with the increase of clinicians to support wellness at CCDC, the elementary schools in Carmel Valley High School. So that's where the ESSER funds are. And these funds are aligned to our LCAP, and they're aligned to what our community told us they wanted when we did all of our outreach, which was we want schools open and safe, and we want our kids' wellness supported because they are struggling. And so everything right now is, in a nutshell, it's aligned. So there is the template that we have to have you approve. This will become part of our LCAP. So it'll be like a chapter in our LCAP. It'll be one of the first pieces in there. So when you get our LCAP in June, this will be a part of it, but you have to approve it tonight. Can you put up attachment 3, Pancho? Now, attachment 3 is where we didn't have to use a template for this. We were able to, or allowed to, create our own format for sharing with you our mid-year metrics and our mid-year expenditures. And so the first portion, we have goal 1, and I'm not going to go through each of these metrics with you. I'm just going to show you how it's laid out because I know you have reviewed these forms and this stuff before you got here. So it's really to tell you what's here. Can you scroll down just a little bit to the next page? Just to show you this one graphic here. With the CASP scores, I did include those, even though they were not, the breakdowns in the CASP are not in our LCAP. It's just our general overall score in ELA and math. But part of the state requires that you guys get to see every year what are the breakdowns by grade level and by school. And so I included them here. So we've basically killed 2 birds with 1 stone on this and added it to this. If you continue to scroll down through the metrics, go ahead and keep going. I'm just going to tell you when to stop. Just keep scrolling. There's just more and more metrics, mid-year metrics. Some of them we don't have the data yet because they weren't able to be ready mid-year. And then stop right there. Can you scroll up a little bit right here? So then we get to the actual actions and expenditures. And so the second part of each goal, when you go through the document, is showing you what we budgeted in the white column, and then the mid-year update, it has the green column above it. And that's showing you the funds spent to date under those categories. And so for the actions under goal 1, you see that. For goal 2, you see the metrics, and then you see the expenditures, the budgeted and actuals for the mid-year. And then for goal 3, you see that as well. And so that's how the document's laid out. And so all that's there for you to go ahead and review. And then the final piece that needs to be presented is what has changed would be in attachment 2 to our budget overview. And Yvonne was going to speak briefly to that.
Thank you, Blaze.
Hi, very briefly. So this is the same report that was provided to the board in June when you adopted the LCAP, and this was a required component of the LCAP. At the bottom of this, if Pancho will scroll down just a little bit, we were required just to provide what had changed since that original budget, and so Blaze talked about that, which was the educator effectiveness funds, and ESSER 3 that were not reflected there. So when we do the annual update, this budget overview for parents will change and include all those funds. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Yvonne.
Okay, so if you have any questions about what I've presented to you, what you have in front of you, please feel free to ask.
So I'll turn over the board for any questions and or a motion to approve.
Can you build us a fire pit first?
That's looking really good right now.
You know, good report, Blaze, and, you know, going to fill in a lot of data and information as we go along here. I would, unless the other board members have a question for you, I would make a motion to approve the LCAP as presented.
Second.
Board President Sarah Hines.
Yes.
Board Clerk Tess Arthur.
Yes.
Board Member Anne Marie Rosen.
Yes.
Board Member Carl Palestrini.
Yes.
Board Member Seabury Nakbar.
Yes.
Thank you, board.
That would be the update to the update.
Thank you. Moving on to agenda item 3D. This is the ratification of the MOU between Carmel Unified School District and CSCA Local 190 regarding holidays and COVID-19 leave, salary, and wages with Craig.
Thank you. And there are 2 attached. The first one is in relation to COVID leave. This is similar to the MOU that was brought to you at the last meeting for our certificated bargaining unit. This covers our classified unit members. There are no differences in regards to the information about the leave itself and the premise behind that. The leave ended on September 30th, and this leave covers from that time period, October 1st to now. We have had one change. The governor approved leave, AB 84, last week. And so there is an interesting intersection that we've had some conversations about. We've spoken with CSEA. We'll be speaking with ACT tomorrow in regards to that. So we'll be working together to kind of navigate how that is different from what our MOUs have laid out. The good news is our employees are covered by COVID leave by approving this MOU. The second one is in regards to Juneteenth. On June 18th, 2021, President Biden signed the action for the day after. Didn't really give us a lot of time to be able to kind of pivot and adjust, especially during the summertime. We agreed with CSEA to come back and revisit how we would go ahead and move forward with regards to that. This is reducing that down to how we're going to implement that as a district. So that is here for you, and it will be included for our employees who do work during that portion of the year following our contractual rules.
Great. Thank you, Craig. Do we have any questions from the board, or may I please get a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
Board President Sarah Hines.
Yes.
Board Clerk Tess Arthur.
Yes.
Board Member Anne Marie Rosen.
Yes.
Board Member Carl Palestrini.
Yes.
Board Member Seabury Nakbar.
Yes.
All right, agenda item 3E. This is the 2022-2023 school academic calendar.
So last year, we went through a process by taking a look at a change in the calendar that was fairly significant for the district. It was adding a Thanksgiving week, which also involves school starting a few days earlier on a Monday, where traditionally it started midweek on that first week of school. At that time, we sent out a request for individuals in the community, meaning our parents and others, to let us know what their thoughts were on that. We actually moved forward with a recommendation after gathering that information and added the Thanksgiving week. That was after working with the calendar committee, who's comprised of a number of individuals who represent the various stakeholders within the organization, both classified, certificated, management, have counselors, administrators, classroom teachers, all sorts of individuals who are involved in that process. That was implemented this year, and we actually were waiting to get that feedback before we brought back a calendar to you. That anecdotally has come back as a very positive change from our parents and from our students and our staff members. So we move forward in drafting up a calendar for the upcoming year, including that Thanksgiving week, following the same rules and guidelines that were established in building the calendar for this school year. This is one of those unique years in which the holidays fall at a different time in terms of our requirements by contract to ensure that our employees have specific dates in the calendar that are contractually obligated as holidays, making sure we follow our guidelines with regards to the number of instructional days that are required, our contract days for our certificated bargaining units, so on and so forth. So there's a lot that goes into that. So I brought that together with our calendar committee, provided them some information, asked them to go back out and get kind of feedback. They're the representatives that bring that information to the group. Once they brought that feedback to the group, there were some questions about our winter break. So we did discuss some options at that particular time. They went back and got feedback in regards to that, and the consensus at that point was to move forward with the traditional calendar with a winter break that started on I think the last day is the 23rd of December, and moving that forward. There were obvious concerns, it being an imperfect year, and so that proposal of an alternative winter break was brought and discussed specifically with our administrative team, kind of talking through some of the challenges, what some of the positives, the negatives might be by doing that in comparison to one another. And to be honest with you, reached the same conclusion as did the calendar committee. So we did send out a survey to our staff with both of those calendars, and they are both there as a part of the documents. Option 1 and option 2 being the modified and the traditional calendars, and asked for our staff to give us input. As you can see, and if you, Pancho, could just open up the staff calendar input item, thank you. And if you could make that a little bit larger, thank you. So as you can see, we garnered approximately 50% of the staff members over, and there are other detailed graphs that show, certificated, classified, admin, all the various parts of our bargaining units. But we thought the most telling information might be valuable for you is just to take a look at this information as it resulted from each of the sites. That being collective classified staff members, administrators, certificated staff members on a particular campus, so that you could see that around the district. The numbers down at the bottom are the numbers of individuals who responded from each of those sites. Obviously, our sites are very different in terms of their size and scope. You might look and go, why is Ruver and Tular a half of a person? It's actually one person who works on both campuses, and so we put their input in both places. And then just the breakdown as a district. So as you can see, at the very end on the total, 218 individuals responded. And of those 218, it was a breakdown of 55 to 45. The same lack of kind of coalescing around one particular option that we found as we discussed that. So you have the challenges of the board of making the decision of which option to be able to go ahead and move forward with as a final calendar for the district. And those two options are a traditional or a modified calendar.
Craig, I have a quick question about the staff input here. So the 49 per 6 respondent rate seems very low to me, as do the numbers who responded from each site. So has there been any talk about sending out the survey again to get more feedback, more responses?
No, there has not.
Which
it's
part?
actually
No, there's not. Which part?
No, there is not. There's not been any talk about sending it out to staff again.
Okay.
We're actually at a juncture in terms of the school year in which we need to establish a calendar for the following year. This was sent out in preparation, I guess you would say, for this particular meeting. We do have challenges of individuals not necessarily being near computers in which they're going to respond. I've had several individuals tell me, I don't ever check my email. It's not that dissimilar, to be quite honest with you, as we're reaching out to the community, is you do your best to reach everybody, but we're not able to do that at all times in regards to all of these items. So we do send that information out. We did share that by email, and we're asking our staff to give us that input. I would tell you that I did have 2 individuals who reached out to me immediately following the close of this particular gathering of information. And I had one that was for option 1 and one that was for option 2. I think if you look at statistical gathering of information, you're typically going to find in a large response group that it's going to kind of continue to move along those same lines. What I was watching as I was seeing the information come in was typically kind of floating around 55 to 45% as those responses came in during the course of the window. It wasn't inconsistent in that. It established itself fairly quickly, and then it just kind of tightened as you got a little bit closer towards a larger number.
Okay,
So I have
thank
a
you.
question.
I've got one too.
And I do too.
Well, let me ask you this.
You
know,
go first.
So I think it's more the process than it is the conclusion. So you have a representative committee of district, personnel, and their job would be to, solicit input from whatever, group they happen to represent. And I wonder how that impacts sending it out district-wide to individuals who might well come up with a different conclusion than what the committee thinks they have. So I'm not quite sure how that would work. Is most of this based on the final input from everyone, or is it done by committee?
Trying to make sure that I understand the question, Carl, so I apologize.
Well, no, it's tricky. You've got a committee that represents, but then you've got a district-wide survey that may not look like the committee's recommendation.
So in the committee, you're really getting into the nuts and bolts of the calendar itself. So, and I'll give you an example. Actually, Pancho, if you can pull up the modified calendar for me. And this is the one where the winter break starts on the 21st of December. So there's discussions, and all of this, I'll be quite honest with you, this is like my 10th or 11th year doing a calendar in the 3rd district. So, a lot of experience in terms of kind of what are the unique parameters that you have to take a look at. And in this particular case, I know one of the conversations as an example was, well, why don't we go ahead and end on the 22nd? We can have 3 days at the end of December. And in regards to that, then we can have 3 days for finals at the high school. We can finish not on a Friday, and that'll work. But if you shift that even one day, you now push a staff development day to the Thursday, the 5th, and you have kids coming back on a Friday, and people looking at that going, is that really going to actually happen?
Yeah, I get the nuances. But I still think the question is a little different than that. The question really is, you're surveying everybody after you've had a select committee. And I just, the turnout was kind of low, about 50%. Will we assume the other 50% are just not interested? Or
No, I don't think that's the assumption.
Or do you think that 50% is going with a committee recommendation from the people that represent them? It's an awkward thing to me.
I can touch on that, Carl. So we have a process in place, right? We let the committee run through that process. But I believe when the agenda was released, we started getting some calls from folks with concerns. So as a secondary measure, I had 2 choices. Let students make the decision. No, I'm joking. Don't worry. We did not let students make this decision, guys. or
Maybe
do
you
a
should
survey.
have.
So I had asked Craig, I said, just real quickly, send out a survey. If there are concerns, let's see where everybody's at. As I have kind of told other board members, and I'm sure you get this the way I do, Carl, this is not, in my opinion, something you want to get in the weeds in as a board member, because there's no win. This is every calendar in every school district in America. I was asked earlier, is 50% a good response rate? This is like watching the election, right? We can call it. We have enough votes in. It's probably not going to change if we asked everybody. There are pros and cons to every calendar. I was asked earlier, this is a tough decision to put in your hands. This is why we go to committees, and the district brings forth a recommendation, and I ask the board to take that recommendation. But the more input and the more feedback you're going to get, the more you're going to find. I mean, when you look at this graph, we have 2 elementary schools that have opposite ideas, right? We have a high school that believes one way because they have a final schedule, right? We have other schools who believe a different way because they have their own variables. I come from a school district where we let schools choose one of 6 calendars because of that, and it was a nightmare. So you bring a committee together, you go through all the pros and cons, and you work through it. I also suggested, and I think this is what we'll probably do moving forward, this is why most school districts also adopt 2 or 3 years in a row, because this is a painful process.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody's going to be happy, but people need to know ahead of time what that schedule is going to be.
Mm-hmm.
So I agree with Craig. We have to make a decision tonight. This is not a decision that's easy to make, though.
Ted, we're going to make a decision tonight. It just seems to me that we'd be better off going with the committee. And if once you start surveying everybody, it kind of, it confuses the issue to me a little bit. You have committee reps, and they represent the various groups, and then when you go out and you do a survey and you get mixed results, it just seems like it's an awkward process. It's not the nuances. I don't want to get into the weeds with it, and I don't want to hold up the process in any way.
But it seems sorry, Carl, you done?
Go ahead.
It
Tess.
seems to me that since we did go out and do a survey and 55% voted for option 2, it seems to me we need to go with the numbers. That would be my thinking.
Go with the numbers.
So, can I make a motion?
Absolutely.
Well, actually,
oh,
can I
go
answer?
ahead.
Yeah, I do
Yep,
too.
Go ahead.
I just wanted to respond to what you had said about, why is so low of a response. I know that when I was a teacher and they would send out a survey, if I didn't have an opinion one way or another, I didn't respond. So, it may be that much percentage didn't have an opinion one way or another about it. But Ted, what is your recommendation? Or do you have one?
I'd like to just say that's your job right now, because
Okay.
that's kind of the position we're in. But
Okay, no, you had mentioned about your recommendation. I was like, well, what is your recommendation?
I think I agree with Carl on this one. Believe it or not, you put a committee together for a reason. And if you ask people, I learned this a long time ago as a leader, if you ask people to come together as a committee and be part of the decision-making group, and then you don't follow their recommendation, why would I ever sign up again?
Right.
And you have a responsibility as that committee member. It's what I said earlier, right? It's representative government. You have to go back. You have to talk with your staff. You have to get a sense where they are. And then you have to come back. The 55-45, that's probably, you're going to get a split. You're not going to make everybody happy. But the thing that I worry about, if you follow the numbers, the people who voted do not have the in-depth knowledge and did not have the conversation about the pros and cons to the level that the committee did. The committees, they're the experts on this. They're not, everybody else is a consumer.
Not to get in the weeds, and if this is in the weeds, feel free to tell me, but prior to the presentation this evening, did CSCA and ACT weigh in on their recommendation, or are we just looking at the committee and the numbers?
So they're a part of the committee.
Okay.
They're actually a major portion of the committee in terms of the representatives that participate.
Okay.
And they went back. I would tell you that not to a person, but the significant, otherwise I wouldn't have brought it forward, the significant recommendation was to go with the traditional calendar and to come back and take a look at whether or not we could accomplish a minimum day on the 23rd, the last day, the high school not being an issue because finals week was already set up in that way.
Okay.
And that was not like everybody was like, oh my gosh, I love this. It was, we can live with it for the year that we have to live with it.
Okay.
So that was the original.
So that was the committee's recommendation.
Correct.
The traditional
The
winter
traditional-
schedule
correct.
with the minimum day
Correct.
on the last day.
Although there were concerns obviously about when we were going up to, they wanted to see if we could address that through doing minimum days on the 23rd. There were other concerns about the modified schedule and having 2 partial weeks and having individuals, families take off 3 weeks instead of 2. So there are all sorts of different things. I know that if I look at the high school, they're going to say, I don't want 2 days before a weekend and 2 days after a weekend, because teachers now have to plan 2 different finals, because they're going to have kids take it before the weekend and kids take it after. So there are lots of those variables in there in terms of that decision making.
Okay.
Got it.
Which was part of the discussion.
Okay.
Just a quick comment, and then hopefully a motion. Ted, what do you mean you believe it or not, you agree with Carl? I thought we agreed on all kinds of things, buddy.
Not on football.
Yeah,
Oh,
you do
no.
have a point there. He has a really very good point.
That's football.
Carl, do you have a question about the
No.
winter break schedule?
The what now? No, I want to make a motion to approve it.
Which one?
The traditional winter break schedule, option 1.
Yeah, the one that is, yes. Okay.
I second.
Well, okay, I make a motion to, go ahead.
Make it.
Well, the second came before the motion.
Because you said it's traditional.
Yeah, I disagree.
Can't.
Go.
I personally disagree. Can we have a little more conversation?
Oh,
Because
sure.
I think if we're since we did put it out to a survey, we did ask our staff to weigh in, and option 2 is 55% and option 1 is only 45%. I think we need to go with the percentages. That's how I feel.
I guess I'd like to circle back too on if we have an opportunity. I know this is not what you want to hear, but just to pause for a minute and try again.
Ooh, I think he made it pretty clear we don't have time to do that. I think that's time sensitive. I get that part. You know, I agree with Tess, but I also think that the committee should have the authority to recommend under the guidance of the school administration, of the district administration. I just think that's the way committees ought to work.
Well, and I think for me personally, it's meaningful that ACT and CSCA were part of the committee. So I feel like they could or should have been representatives with their counterparts, right? So I understand the numbers are saying one thing, so it is confusing that the committee says one thing and the numbers say another. I do take comfort, like I said, though, that ACT and CSCA was part of the committee in that discussion.
Well, they have to be. It's a negotiable
Well,
item.
I understand that.
You know.
I understand that. My
Yeah.
point was that the staff survey is one thing and the committee is another. So it feels like the committee was well represented.
Craig, can I ask another follow-up question?
Yes.
So you said that AC only weighed in on the second option. Did you take that second option to the committee as well?
So I did not necessarily take a hard calendar like this, but we did look at the calendar at the time that we met and talked about specific movement of days around the winter schedule because it was a concern that came up during the committee time. So they did not necessarily see this hard copy, but they saw the original, and we discussed why certain days needed to be where around the winter break in particular to make sure that they understood. We talked through some of those items, yes. And they were asked, I did make some adjustments that we all agreed to at that particular time, sent the calendar to them and said, please go out and get feedback and then follow up so that we can synthesize that feedback to make sure whether or not we're going to move forward or not.
Craig, I see that there's district staff in attendance. Is there anybody who would like to make a comment during this discussion other than Craig?
I was going to say, I would encourage Bill because, he's got a large group of
He's Bill.
Followers. And he gave me a jacket.
Thank you, Bill.
Well, I appreciate you asking. I mean, I think that we have a committee, it's in the contract, and the committee is supposed to recommend a calendar. I did not support the idea of going out with a survey, but I wasn't asked about that. I think it's inconsistent with the way we contemplate doing the calendar. I mean, if we start surveying, then are we going to do that with a tentative agreement when we talk about compensation? It just can't work that way. So that's my opinion.
Well said. I think it's safe to say a lot of people don't realize the calendar is fully negotiable. It's one of the few things beyond salary and benefits that you'll see.
So would the board like to continue discussion, or would we like to move forward with the motion?
I'd like to move forward with the motion personally, because I know it's time sensitive, and you've done a lot of work on this thing, Craig. So I'll make a motion to approve the recommended calendar. Do you want me to describe it, or do I need to?
The option 1, traditional winter break.
There you go. For approval.
I second.
Board President Sarah Hines.
Yes.
Board Clerk Tess Arthur.
No.
Board Members Anne-Marie Rosen.
Yes.
Board Member Carl Palestrini.
Yes.
Board Member Seabury Knockmore.
Yeah, I don't feel like I have enough information to make a decision like this. I mean, I do appreciate hearing Bill speak about that, but
Seabury, you're more than welcome to abstain.
Well, you can't really abstain. Yeah, I think you have to vote one way or the other. Abstentions have to do with personal reasons or commitments and things like that. I think you have to.
The superintendent mentioned that if she doesn't feel comfortable.
You can abstain from a vote? Wow. If you don't have enough information, probably no is the way to vote. If you don't, with an explanation. But I think, I don't know. That's just my thinking on it. Besides, I think, I can't remember how people have voted. I think, was Tessa no?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. And Sarah hasn't weighed in.
I've already voted.
And which way? You voted yes?
Yeah, it's a 3-1 vote at this point
Okay,
to
thank you.
pass it. And so whether it's an
It's not
abstention
gonna
or a
make
no,
a whole lot of difference, I guess.
my
Yeah.
apologies,
Yeah.
but it's inconsequential.
At this point.
Thank you, Craig.
yeah, so I guess I feel it's too close to make a decision for me. But again, I do appreciate Bill's weighing in on that, but should I vote? I don't know. Do I vote no or abstain or?
It's not going to make much difference.
It's inconsequential, so we just need it for the recording purposes.
Yeah. Got it.
So feel free to say no or abstain.
Abstain.
Okay, thanks.
Well, you got the calendar.
Thank you, Craig.
Thank you.
So you have what you needed. And I will go ahead and adjourn the meeting. Thank you, everybody, for attending. We appreciate you hanging in there. Thank you.
Are we adjourning or recessing into closed?
Oh, I'm sorry. We are recessing into closed.
I apologize.
And before adjourning into closed session, I'll go ahead and identify the closed session items. There are 3. Closed session agenda item A is liberty claims pursuant to Government Code 54956.95. Closed session agenda item B. What? Do you guys? Oh, closed session agenda item B is public employee dismissal, discipline, release complaints pursuant to Government Code 54957, subdivision B1. Closed session agenda item C is conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation pursuant to Code 54956.9, subdivision D2, 1 case. And with that, I will adjourn the meeting and go into closed. Hi. We actually already closed the public comment window. We did it at the beginning of the meeting.
Oh, I didn't know you guys, traditionally school boards have public comment for agenda items and then public comment for closed session. Is that not the case?
That is the case. We have organized our agenda and where we place public comment on the agenda. But while you're here, I'd love to give you your 3 minutes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Well, my name is Andrew Sandoval, and I'm the person that the lawsuit was filed against on behalf of Carmel School District. I sent one email to the school district requesting public records, and was sent a response that I would later get a response. And it's the letter from Mr. Craig Chavez said, once we have gathered the responsive documents, it will be necessary to conduct a review to determine if they contain information that is exempt from disclosure. I'm going to skip ahead, but it says, we plan to make them available to you by September 10th, 2021, and we'll notify you. I did not get a follow-up. Instead, about a month later, I received a knock on my door. It was Sunday morning. We were getting ready for church.
Excuse me, Mr. Sandoval. Pancho, can you please reset the timer? Thank you. Or pause it altogether. Please. Thank you.
There was a knock on my door. My wife answered the door. She was asked Sunday morning if Andrew Sandoval was there. She said, oh, yeah, you need me to give him something? She said, no, it has to be Andrew. I went to the door and was served with a lawsuit. I was confused. My kid saw me standing there, frozen. They said, Dad, what's wrong? I took a minute and I said, I think I'm getting sued. I couldn't initially explain why. It didn't make any sense. I literally sent Carmel School District one email just for some public records. Of course, my kids continued with questions as more shock set in. The time waste, energy, the emotions were significant. I've had an opportunity to have many discussions with Ted, and I've had the same message. Somebody was responsible for this, and those people should be held accountable for what they did. I've asked for the school district, or Ted, if in fact the school district did not authorize this lawsuit, then they should file a complaint with the state bar. They should file a lawsuit against Lozano Smith, because I'm pretty sure this is the first time in history I've ever heard of a law firm taking action on behalf of a public entity with no authorization. If in fact the attorneys acted to represent the school district without approval, then of course you should not pay a claim. You should instead join me in a lawsuit against those attorneys. You should file a claim with the state bar against them. I also have a concern. You know, transparency is a really easy thing to say. I've made public records requests in the past. I never had this kind of response. But I want you to consider this. Can you legally find exemptions to withhold documents? Absolutely. But can you legally release those same documents if you want to? You can. My grandpa always said it, el que nada esconde, nada teme, which means those who don't hide things have nothing to fear. That's all I have to say, other than I don't know if there's somewhere I could sit during closed session. I'd like to be here for the outcome. I didn't plan to sit outside, so thank you very much. And Madam President, I appreciate your patience.
Thank you, Mr. Sandoval. Our communication director will go ahead and find you a spot while we're in closed session. So I will adjourn this portion of the meeting and we will go into closed session and we'll be back to report out. Thank you.
We're going.
Welcome back to the Board of Education meeting. The board has come out of closed session for closed session agenda item 4A, liability claims pursuant to Government Code 54956.95. In closed session, the board rejected the tort claim for monetary damages from Andrew Sandoval against Carmel Unified School District. Motion by Sarah Hines, second by Tess Arthur, 5-0 unanimous vote. Closed session agenda item 4B, public employee discipline, dismissal, release complaints pursuant to Government Code 54957, subdivision B1. In closed session, the board provided direction and parameters to the district representatives regarding item 4B, public employee dismissal, discipline, release complaints pursuant to Government Code 54957, subdivision B1. For closed session agenda item 4A, there is nothing to report out, and this meeting is considered adjourned. Or I'm sorry, 4C. For closed session agenda item 4C, there is nothing to report out. Meeting adjourned. Thank you.